welcome everyone to this workshop together with the Danish Parliament. First of all, I'm Jan Geis. I'm the Secretary General of EUFORES. EUFORES is the network of members of Parliament promoting renewable energy and energy efficiency, and our parliamentarians are both in the European Parliament and the EU 27 national parliaments. And I'm, by the way, very happy that Niels Fuglsang, member of European Parliament and Vice-President of EUFORES, is with us today as well. And he also helped a lot to prepare everything. Yes, today we have the workshop together with the Danish Parliament, and I'm very happy that Anne Paulin, who is our host on the National Parliament side, who made this happen together with us, to hold this workshop about the EU Green Deal and the national energy and climate plans, and especially about the Danish Green Vision, because I think we've been several times to your parliament physically with excellent workshops already. Today's the first time that we do it in a virtual way, but the good point is whenever we come to your country, we learn quite a lot, because you know Denmark is one of the strong leaders in the energy transition, and I'm very happy to hear more about this from Morgan Slikkedorf later on. But what is this about today? Why do we do this? I mean, again, EUFORES is a parliamentary network. So if there is a renewable energy directive coming, or energy efficiency directive, the clean energy package, the part that came from the European Parliament is basically our members of Parliament. That's the core of those members of European Parliament who drive the show in Europe and negotiate, of course, with European Council and European Commission. And so I'm just their humble servant, as I always say, but they do the job in the European Parliament. And yeah, we have a strong cooperation together with DG Energy. We have a long-term project which is called the Renewables Networking Platform, and within that project we go to all national parliaments. So we have organized now events in all EU member states so far, and even several times in some countries, to discuss the renewable energy, but also the energy efficiency parts. And this is also under another project which is co-funded by Horizon 2020, the so-called energy efficiency project. But you will hear about all of this later on. I want to spare you the details about this right now. So again, I would like to thank Anne for preparing all of this, and also Niels to help with it, and also the teams behind the scenes. You did an excellent job to make this happen today. So I would also, again, like to welcome all the speakers on board and all the attendees who come in more and more. And so to let you know, this is still a closed parliamentary network. This is at the moment not streamed online. It's recorded. We will publish it afterwards if it works well. And but this is still a closed parliamentary session upon invitation. That's why the list of attendees is restricted. It's not an open conference to everyone. It's really only for those who work on renewables and efficiency and the Green Deal and climate change and so on. And our goal is always to have kind of a snapshot of the national community in the room, so that we really get a good picture from what's going on in the member state, what's the latest debate, like in this case about the National Action Plan. And in the same time, the Brussels level wants to communicate what's going on in Brussels. And I'm happy that we have Henrik and Diana later to present to us what is really in the debate in Brussels. And Henrik, you said in the last minute, you even adapted to the latest news from Brussels. So we're very curious to hear about Green Deal, climate law and everything, and recovery plans. So that's really excellent. The big thing that is overshadowing everything, as we all know, is the Corona crisis. And first of all, I hope that also you in Denmark, you are safe and healthy. That's the most important at the moment, much more important than many work things, of course. And I think that Denmark is luckily not as much as affected, as far as I know, like other countries like Italy. I can tell you the Italian workshop was a very emotional one. It was pretty tough. So I hope to have good news from Denmark, that you have everything under control and everything works pretty well, and also your families and friends are healthy and safe. But Corona has also big implications for our work. As I told you, usually we're traveling all member states, holding workshops inside of parliaments. This had to be stopped, of course. So we also had to reinvent the parliamentary network and go online. Like today, This is actually the second parliamentary workshop that we do with Zoom online. The first one 4 weeks ago with the Italian Parliament worked pretty well, even with live interpretations. We're very, very happy. So I hope that this also works like this today, that we don't have any technical issues. So the basic setup also for the attendees, we have panelists here. We have a structure into several sessions. And yeah, I will also always introduce into the mission of the session, of course, and the speakers. And then after the speeches, we have also, as foreseen in the agenda, we have the opportunity for members of parliament with priority to ask questions or do some contributions, but also for the other attendees. You will see in the participants list, you see a button called participant. If you click that, somewhere you should have a button saying raise hand. It looks like this, raise your hand. If you push that, I can see that you have a question. And when the time someone has tried it already. In case you have a question or short contribution, we're very happy to also involve the attendees. I will unmute you then, and we can hear you. And you please shortly introduce yourself and ask a question or have a short contribution. And then we can also have this interaction with the panel and the attendees. Okay, I don't want to speak too much right now because it's not about me. We have a first big session that goes from now until 11:35, more or less. That's basically the big horizontal introduction, plus then the renewable energy session. And in the afternoon, we have a second session from 2 o'clock to 4:30 about energy efficiency. So we have these two big blocks, the two big parts, the energy and climate solutions that we have to discuss. Yeah, and I'm happy that we can start now. We go into everything right now. And I would like to open the first session, the high-level opening, which is about setting the ambition for renewables and energy efficiency for Denmark. So I'm very happy that we have Mogens Lykketoft. Mogens, you have been former member of parliament, former finance minister, foreign minister, and president of the United Nations General Assembly. So I think you have a lot of experience about how political processes work, how things can move on, how such a crisis, a corona crisis, merged with the Green Deal, the climate crisis, how we can make this like a green recovery plan, how we can create something that brings us up onto a more ambitious level, a more healthy level, and a more modern and forward-looking level. So I think that's excellent to hear. We'll also have Anne Paulin, member of the Danish Parliament, again our host in this panel, then Niels Fuglsang, a member of European Parliament, and also the Vice-President of EUFORES, and then Henrik Dam, who is from DG Energy, Policy Officer and of the European Commission, bringing us the latest news. So I hope that everything is fine. Everybody can hear us. Things are running. And I would like to give now the floor, the panel, and the spotlight to Mogens Lykketoft. Mogens, and I'm very happy to hear from you about the insights from the Danish journey, decades of development to make Denmark a front runner in green transition. I think you will set the big scene, and I'm very happy to hear what you have in the experience. So, Mogens, it's up to you now.
Thank you, Jan. Thank you for the opportunity to share a few remarks with all of you about this great adventure we have to continue. As you mentioned, I had the honor and opportunity and privilege to be the President of the United Nations General Assembly at the very moment when we had the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. And ever since, I have been personally also working in order to promote the action on the SDGs and in climate in particular, because climate action is the most urgent part of the global goals, and energy policy is the core of climate action. We all know the background of what we have to do. I mean, we are 3 times as many human beings as we were when I was born, and per capita we use probably 3 times as many resources as we did back then, and affect the atmosphere maybe 3 or more times as much as we did back then, each of us. Will be billions more to come. Several billions are reaching out for the way we live. And we know that if we don't change totally our way of production and consumption, they will not be able to have it, and we will not be able to keep it the way we have. So it's a very revolutionary agenda. It's an urgent call to avoid more fundamental catastrophes for our children and grandchildren than the one we're experiencing right now. But it is doable, and it's doable without great pain. And from a Danish perspective, we had all these considerations and some action actually very early. We had the discussion back in the 1970s about limitations for growth. And we formulated it, at least where I come from, in the way that, yes, there are limitations in growth in quantity, but not limitations for growth in quality. We had to change the behavior. And already back in the early 1990s, when I came back in government as Minister for Finance, we had a rather big package of green taxes introduced in order to limit the use of gasoline and coal and that. And at the same time, we introduced over the 90s a great program for promoting sustainable energy and invested more in a cleaner environment. And you know all about the Danish windmill adventure, I suppose. That started by the government defining new standards and promoting money for the development of a new energy, sustainable energy technology. Now, the share of sustainable energy supply in Denmark is very high compared with the European average, and I think we'll have a lot of discussions about that during the day. And we have been, to be modest, we have been pretty good in decoupling growth and CO2 emissions in the past 25 years. We also have a new government which, with very, very broad political support, has formulated the goal of a further 70% cut in CO2 emissions in 2030. When we talk about the further investment in clean energy and energy efficiency, hopefully we can be successful in connecting the post-corona financial stimulus with twisting economic activity towards more green business and more green public sector investment solutions. In fact, I think, which can sound a little paradoxically, I think that the post-corona policy is a golden opportunity to speed up the clean energy development. Why is that? Yes, you have already a strong public understanding of the necessity of climate action. But you also have now a phase in the economic policy of Denmark, of Europe, where we know that in order to overcome the crisis in employment we have created because of the health efforts we have done, we have to have, in the years to come, a strong financial stimulus to the economy. And that means that we also have, for a period of time, more money than we used to think we had, actually to promote that kind of employment for the future that is the more sustainable one. And here the energy policy investments, the energy policy transition have to play a huge part. I could be talking a lot about that, but that will be up to you during the day. I just want to make one important point from the Danish historic experience about the interaction of government decisions, political decisions, and the economic and employment and industrial development of our country. We have had, over the past century, at least two major examples of how a progressive political decision created the backbone, the stepping stone for Danish companies to go out and have huge success in the global market in these areas. First was that we, among the first countries, defined that we should have a free of charge good health system, which promoted Danish companies in developing technical and product solutions, which we now export to an unproportionately high degree to the rest of the world. The same is what happened with our wind power adventure. There were politicians, and there I was among them, supporting this windmill revolution from the 1990s. And that has created a very strong employment and export industry for Denmark. And I think what we can do in the years to come, do it in Denmark, do it in Europe, is actually to redouble that effort of combining what's necessary for humanity with what's useful for ourselves in being in the forefront of creating the future sustainable jobs. And that can hopefully, the Danish success of that should be an inspiration for ourselves, but it should also be an inspiration for many other countries of earning good money and gaining good sustainable jobs by delivering the technologies and products of the future to the rest of the world. To exemplify what this means for Denmark, I saw statistics a few months ago showing the two richest companies originating from Denmark right now is one, Novo, making the health solutions in many cases. The other one, surprisingly, Ørsted, former Dong, who is now in the forefront of installing great seaside windmills all over the world. So that's a very strong example of that this transition we are working for is not doesn't have to be a painful one. It can be very very good for our societies and for our employment. Of course, what it takes is that you have a strong society supporting those individuals and those companies who will be forced to change their way of production and their qualifications faster when we decide to go in the forefront than if we didn't decide to do this the best solution for all of us. Thank you very much for letting me share with you these remarks, and I hope it will be also a kind of inspiration for your following discussion.
Morgan, perfect. I'm very happy. That's exactly the thing that we need, this role model of Denmark. And for sure, there can be some copy-paste action done to learn in other EU member states or worldwide, exactly as you said, to create the synergies between the crisis and our challenge of climate change and renewing our societies, creating new jobs and so on. But I'm happy now to hand over to Anne Paulin. Here you are. I put you now into the spotlight. Anne, you're a member of the Danish Parliament. And again, you are the host of our event today. So I'm happy to have you here to give us a short introduction into what's going on in Denmark and what about your high new targets, which is exciting actually. Anne.
Well, thank you so much, Jan. And first of all, let me just say that we have looked very much forward to welcome you here in Denmark. But since that was not possible for obvious reasons, I'm happy that it was possible to do this online instead, and have been looking much forward to this workshop. I also sent the regards from the Climate Minister Dan Jørgensen, who was unfortunately not able to be with us today, but I sent his regards. And instead, I have the honor of telling you a little bit more about the Danish climate ambitions. And I will just try to share my screen here with a little presentation. Yes. I hope you can all see the presentation now on your screens. Yeah, so Mogens Lykketoft told us all a little bit about how it began in Denmark, how Denmark developed into a green front runner. And I will tell you a little bit about how the government approaches the green policies and tries to recommit Denmark as one of the leading green nations in the world. As you might know, we had an election last year where the voters sent a very clear signal to the politicians. Climate and environmental policies were very important to the voters at that election. And we have seen that as a clear signal, and that we must deliver on ambitious green policies. Some of you might have heard about our new climate targets in Denmark. We have enacted a Danish Climate Act with the central ambition to reduce Danish greenhouse gas emissions by 70% by 2030. Probably one of the most ambitious national targets in the world. What we were very happy about when we negotiated this Climate Act is that actually 90% of the seats in the Danish Parliament supports this act, which was very important to us because it sends a clear signal to industries, to agriculture, and so on, that that if the power shifts, you will not have to question whether or not we will still have an ambitious climate targets. So we were happy about that. Yeah. So how are we going to implement these ambitious targets? Because setting a target doesn't do it itself. We decided with the Climate Act that what we're going to do is implement the act through climate action plans. And of course, for some of these reductions, we know what we have to do and what we can start to do, but the closer we get to the 70% target, the more difficult it does become. So for that reason, it was very important to us to start out with doubling the funds for green research and development. So in order to make sure that when we reach 2030, we have new technologies, we have new solutions that will help us achieve our goals. But what we are currently negotiating right now in the Danish Parliament is the first climate action plan. And we have just recently came out with our first part of that climate action plan that I will tell you a little bit about now. One of the very important things in that climate action plan is that we want to take offshore wind to the next level by creating 2 energy islands, one in the North Sea and one in the Baltic Sea area close to the Danish island of Bornholm. The purpose of these energy islands is to be able to gather massive wind energy resources and both provide Danish households with green energy, but also very important to be able to export green energy to our neighbors, both in the North Sea region and in the Baltic Sea area. So Mogens told you a lot about how the Danish windmill adventure started, and this is our vision in order to make sure that we take that to the next level. And also a big part of that vision is that we would also like to harvest the wind sources in order to make green electrofuels for the heavy transport industry. And actually Ørsted the other day, the Danish energy company Ørsted, together with large Danish companies such as Maersk, the shipping company, and Scandinavian Airlines announced a very big project where they want to make green hydrogen for the transport sector. So that is a very exciting thing going on in Denmark. Also part of our climate action plan proposal is to strengthen Denmark's already very good position at green district heating. We have a lot of central district heating in Denmark, and we want to further that even more, and we want to start closing some of our gas distribution systems, and instead be able to provide people with more green electricity at home. Also, we want to take energy efficiency even further. We just concluded last week or 2 weeks ago a big housing agreement where we are renovating the housing sector for 4 billion euros green renovations. So that was a very good agreement on that, but we need to take it even further and look at our the potential in our housing sector in general and in our buildings. And also we are focusing very much on the industry. We want to make sure that industries can electrify their processes or start using green gas instead of fossil gas or natural gas. And for that reason, we also have subsidy for the industries as part of this plan. Another big initiative in our plan is to strengthen the circular economy and have a climate neutral waste management sector by 2030. Our ambition is to make sure that we burn a lot of less plastic than we do today. We are trying to set a target of 80% plastic recycled by 2030. Today, that number is only 20%, so we do have a lot of long way to go. But we feel we need to be ambitious in this area as well. And we are also planning to introduce subsidies for CCS, carbon capture, in order to get that technology going and make sure to get a large scale use of that technology by 2030. So that was just a little bit about the Danish climate targets and our current negotiations on a climate plan. We hope to conclude these negotiations by the end of June, and after the summer break we will come back with new initiatives and do one more negotiation round. Just to conclude, of course, Denmark cannot do it on our own, and for that reason, of course, we need a very ambitious cooperation in the European Union, and we need ambitious European targets. And Denmark believes that we should enhance the 2030 target in the European Union to at least 55% this year, in order to send a strong signal to other large global emitters. And of course, we are rooting very much for an ambitious climate law and a robust framework in order to make sure that the EU reaches the objective of becoming climate neutral in 2050. So thank you so much for this opportunity to tell you a little bit about how we approach the green transition in the Danish government and the Social Democratic Party. And I look very much forward to the fruitful discussions that we will have here today.
So thank you, Anne. Fantastic. Thanks for that insight. I think everyone should keep on looking to Denmark because the process that you go through with the ambitious targets and so on is just amazing. So, but I would like to hand over now to Niels Fuglsang. Niels, you are a member of the European Parliament and you're Vice President of EUFORES. It's a huge honor to have you on board. And for all those who still don't know the details of what you're doing in Brussels, you are one of the leading members of European Parliament in the Industry and Energy Committee. So I think you are really the best one to give us a little insight what's going on in the debates in Brussels and what that will mean for Denmark. So Niels, floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Jan, and thank you, Mogens and Anne, for your words. It's also inspiring for me to listen to your takes on this and also latest on what's going on in Denmark now that I'm a little bit further from the action myself in Denmark, but then closer to the action in Brussels. So I would say a few words about what the Brussels or what the European Union legislation means for Danish policies on renewable energy. And I have basically, my headline is to say that we want in Denmark, we want a strong EU policy on renewable energy. We want the European Union to increase the ambition level. And we want that for a number of reasons. And I will give you 3 reasons, and that's what I will talk about here in my intervention. So first of all, like Anne just mentioned, we have, and Mogens also gave an overview over, we have a lot of renewable energy and especially wind energy in Denmark. Actually, last year, 2019, more than 50% of our electricity came from green sources, and wind is dominating among the green sources in the electricity production in Denmark. So that means that sometimes we produce more wind than we can actually consume ourselves. And with the 2 new energy islands that Anne showed us in the Northern Sea and in the Baltic Sea that we plan to make, we will produce more electricity from wind energy than the Danes can consume. So basically our plan is also to export this energy to the European Union, to other countries. And that's why we need a strong European Union legislation on grids and interconnectors and the grid system in Europe that can actually take this renewable energy so that we can sell our renewable energy. When we produce too much, we can sell it to other countries, and when we produce too little, when the wind doesn't blow so much, we can import energy from other countries. We have problems with that today. We need a stronger European Union policy on that. I believe we need minimum standards for how well functioning the grid and how strong the grid connections are, so that we can actually get the most out of our renewable energy, that we make sure that we don't waste it if we cannot transfer it to other countries. So we would need a strong European Union policy on the grid standards and the grid interconnectors. And as Mogens mentioned, when we have this corona crisis and we need to build up our economy afterwards, we need to make sure that we make green investments and that we invest in green solutions. And one thing we could invest in is better grids, basically, and better interconnectors. And that's a job for the European Union. So that would be my first point. My second point would be, so that was the first point about why does Denmark need a strong European Union policy on renewable energy. My second point on the same matter is we need it also because, as Mogens mentioned, we have a big industry of renewable energy in Denmark. We have, I think, still the world's largest company when it comes to wind turbines, which is Vestas. We have Ørsted, which is a leading company on installing offshore wind farms in Europe. And we have large part of Siemens, the German company, in my constituency in Jylland. They have a large development there. So we have a lot of jobs. We have more than 100,000 green jobs in Denmark, which is big for a small economy like ours. We have more than we have a large billion euro export of green technologies. And so my point is here to say that all these jobs and companies and so on that we have, I mean, they make money not by selling stuff to Danes or to selling stuff in Denmark. They make money by exporting stuff, and that's why we need, from a just this cynical business point of view, it's good for us if the European Union does more, because then we can export all these technologies, which of course we would like to do. So that's the second point. That's perhaps the more business-oriented, cynical point of view. The third point of why we need a strong European Union policy on renewable energy is the idealistic one, that it gives us a possibility to change the world for the better. In Denmark, like Anne just explained, we have a policy which I think is an ambitious policy of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 70% in 2030 compared to 1990. But in Denmark, we only emit 0.1% of all the world's greenhouse gas emissions. So you could say that it doesn't matter what Denmark does because we're such a small country. We only have a very small share of the overall CO2 emissions. But our strategy, as far as I'm concerned, is really to try to go forward as an example, and also to try to influence the European Union. If we can try to be a progressive force in the European Union to try to have a more ambitious European Union policy, then we might have a chance of influencing the world. I just saw that a new book by Columbia Law professor Anu Bradford has been published. It's called The Brussels Effect. And the book is about basically that we tend to underestimate the power of the European Union, the power of Brussels legislation. We have a lot of problems in the European Union, Brexit, and now a big economic crisis, and perhaps we are slow at making legislation, and sometimes we cannot agree. But when we make legislation, it actually has often a global impact, because we are a very large economy. So when we make standards for our markets, other multinational companies that want to sell their products in the European Union, they have to live up to these standards, and no one of these companies can say no to the European market, because it's one of the world's very largest markets. And that's why we have a power. One example of this is the ETS, the emission trading system for CO2 allowances that we have in the EU, where you put a price on CO2 basically, and you have to buy allowances if you're an energy company to emit CO2. Recently, or some years ago, we included aviation in the ETS system, so that European airlines, so basically all airlines, that's the point, all airlines that fly in the European Union, they also have to buy emissions and to try to be more CO2 efficient. And this professor shows in her book how that also influences not only European airlines, but airlines all around the world, because they fly to Europe, so they have to live up to the same standards. Now, the ETS is not ambitious, it's not enough, not at all. The price on CO2 is way too low, but it is an example of, if we step on the speeder and try to be more ambitious, then we can actually influence not only the European Union, but also the rest of the world. So I would say my argument would be, from a Danish perspective, if we can be ambitious, if we can be a progressive force in the European Union, then we might have a chance of being a progressive force in the rest of the world. So that's why I think my 3 points on why we need a stronger European Union renewable policy From a Danish perspective, basically, just to sum up, we need to sell our energy. We cannot do that without a well-functioning European market for renewable energy and European renewable energy market. Second, we need to be able to have jobs and sell our technologies. We can do that in Europe. And third, we need to be able to influence the world to live up to the Paris Agreement. And if the European Union is not there, then I think we would have a big problem. So the European Union is our chance to do something about this. I look forward to the discussion today, and thank you very much for organizing this event.
Thanks a lot, Niels. I will now briefly switch over to Henrik Dam, Policy Officer of DG Energy of the European Commission. And Henrik, you, again, I repeat myself, you are the one who will present to us now what's going on in Brussels. What is the hot debate about the recovery plan? How does this link up with the Green Deal, and where are we right now? Henrik, up to you.
Okay, very good. So thanks a lot. I can hear that there are high expectations. So I would, and in particular, when Jan asked me to do in 10 minutes a very comprehensive presentation of some initiatives that the Commission has launched, namely the Clean Energy Package and the European Green Deal. And then just to add on this, the recovery package came in the meantime, and that was only made available yesterday. Actually, for this presentation, I will just to frame the discussion, because I think it's also important that we get the basics right. I will start by looking at, well, what do we have in the Clean Energy Package and what do we have in the European Green Deal, and then using that as the framework for the discussions. So if we start looking at, well, the basics, well, what was the Clean Energy Package? These are two big initiatives from the Commission. And the Clean Energy Package is a Commission proposal from November 2016, which is basically a reform package that was used to build the Energy Union, meet the 2030 objectives, and deliver on the Paris Agreement. This is a legislative package, and this is with revisions of directives and new directives, and these are to be transposed and adopted by member states since 2018. The European Green Deal is of a totally different nature. This is a Commission communication from 11th of December 2019, and this is actually just, this is the framework for the policies and the legislative initiatives that will come eventually under the auspices of the new Commission by Ursula von der Leyen. So if we are just looking at, well, what is then in the Clean Energy Package, this was built around four thematic blocks of legislation. First, we have the Energy Union governance in the middle, which gives the coordination on the framework and the national energy and climate plans, plus the reporting to the European Commission from the member states. And then this was complemented with several initiatives in the energy efficiency area, where we had 3 directives on the energy efficiency directive and the energy performance of buildings directive. And for the renewables area, we presented the revised renewable energy directive, and then for the electricity market, we did a major package and reform of the electricity market, where we were both addressing the regulatory framework through the ACER, but also the electricity markets with both a regulation and a directive. And this is all complemented with several non-legislative initiatives, for instance, on innovation and on the for the social and fair transition, not harming any consumers. So this is just to repeat where we are with the clean energy package. Everything is now adopted, but this is still to be implemented in most cases by member states in their national legislations by the so-called transposition process. So this means that all these new initiatives are just on their way to be embarked. And then if we are going to the European Green Deal, which is more the working program for the Commission, for the new Commission. And if we are looking at, well, what is it that this entails? It was coming up in the autumn of 2019, and so it was very clear that the main driving agenda was on climate and sustainability. And so the main idea was to make a plan for how to transform the EU economy into a sustainable future, but not doing it the way where we will not get everyone on board. We would have to make sure that nobody is left behind. If we are then going a bit more into the elements of the package, there was the initiative on increasing the EU climate ambition for 2030 and 2050 to make sure that we have a climate neutral economy by 2050, but also ensuring that we have a higher target for 2030 in terms of CO2 reductions. We cannot do that without also looking into the energy supply, because energy takes 70% of the CO2 emissions, so we will have to address that as well. In addition to the energy, we would have to mobilize the industry for making a clean and circular economy, and to build and renovate in a resource efficient way. Because buildings are there for many generations, and we need to make sure that, well, when we are doing things of a major nature there, that then it stays there for also the long duration. In addition to that, we would have to make sure that there's a zero pollution ambition for a toxic-free environment, and that we are not doing that with the harm of the ecosystems, and that we maintain the biodiversity for the benefit of the European citizens and for the European nature. This is not the European Commission without also looking into what the agriculture sector would do, and therefore we have the farm to fork strategy with a fair and healthy and environmental system for farming, and last but not least, the accelerating to the shift to the sustainable and smart mobility. This is not possible without the money for it. So we have a comprehensive plan for how to finance the transition, and how to make sure that nobody is left behind with the just transition. So I will now go to in the interest of time, I will focus on what is in the European Green Deal, with the particular part on the climate ambition for 2030. So here we have the European climate law that shall enshrine the 2050 climate neutrality into legislation by March 2020. So this is already done with the climate law that was coming from the European Commission, and then that would, with the a comprehensive plan to increase the EU climate target to at least 50% and towards the 55% in a responsible way by October 2030. And then also starting a review and revision of all the needed relevant legislative measures to deliver on this increased ambition by June 2021, and looking into the opportunities in doing a quarter adjustment mechanisms for selected sectors by 2021, and a new EU strategy for adaptation in 2020 and 2021. So if we're looking at more into the direct, into the energy area, we would have to look into the national and energy and climate plans. And here I can see that I did not change my slides to the new Commission work program. This is actually not for June 2020, but for the autumn 2020, in order to do it for all the member state plans, because we didn't receive all of them yet. Then we are going to present a strategy on smart sector integration. This is just in the final phases of preparations. We expect to present it by the 24th of June. This is how to make sure that all the industrial sectors and all the energy carriers can contribute in an optimal way to the climate targets. Then we will be launching a renovation wave for the building sector in third quarter of 2020, which aims at doubling the renovation rate for new buildings. Also, we are preparing an offshore renewable energy initiative by fourth quarter 2020, and very much linked to that, a regulation of the 10E, which I think corresponds well also to Niels's requests on looking into the energy infrastructure and the electricity and gas infrastructure by the end of 2020. And then also looking into, where possible and needed, to revise and review the renewable energy and energy efficiency directives by June 2021. This is also something that will be further addressed in the strategy for the smart sector integration. That would also include the hydrogen strategy. So if we're looking at the whole plan, what we are having, the time mechanism, we can see here that we have a quite ambitious program with the various strategies mentioned, and where we are also preparing, for instance, legislation on batteries in October 2020, a renewed financial strategy for sustainable finances, and here you can see also the national energy and climate plans by autumn 2020. With the hydrogen strategy included. Last but not least, we are expecting also in 2020 to support zero carbon steel making, a strategy for sustainable and smart mobility, and a new EU forest strategy. So we are very busy, and most of this is actually also confirmed with the recovery package that was launched yesterday, but with additional focus also on the climate element that will be used in the recovery for Europe. So with this, I think I have more or less exhausted my 10 minutes. It was a very quick browse through, but I'm ready to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Henrik. Basically, we would switch directly into the next panel because a little bit over time already. So I would like now to invite Lars Aagaard, Kristen Ørnbjerg, Niels Frederik Masker, and Jakob Krop Søbygard to turn on their videos to come on stage, let's say. So then we go into the next panel, and probably one question to Henrik still. Henrik, I know you have a parallel conference where you're also attending and speaking and so on.
Yes, that's
How
right.
long you can stay on board? Do you know already how long you will still be here?
I will need to go to this other session actually in a few minutes, but I will connect again in like maybe 15 minutes or so. But because
Okay,
I have,
excellent.
yes.
Fantastic. Then we have you later on still. Okay, now let's switch over to the next session, which is called Towards a Renewable Energy System and Energy Markets. Now we look into renewables. Again, the afternoon session will be about efficiency. Now the following sessions will be about renewables. And here we would like to discuss some trends of the new energy system, how the markets can be developed, some innovation that's ongoing. And again, Denmark is for sure one of the most promising treasures that we have in Europe to discuss that. And I would like to invite Lars Aagaard, the CEO of Dansk Energy. Huge honor that you're with us again, Lars, to talk about a snapshot of the Danish energy transition. How will you see it? You're at the heart of everything, I would say.
Is up. I plan to focus on a new study we did recently. It is so that the Danish government 5 months ago, asked 13 different business climate partnerships to look into how we could help the government Denmark meet the 70% reduction target. And I plan to talk mainly about that because I think looking into the future is maybe more interesting to everybody compared to being very bold and proud about what happened in the past. So maybe we could shift to slide number 3. The partnership that I was put into as head of the secretariat, it was focusing on energy sector, so the supply sector. And when we started this work, we gave ourselves, you can say, 2 restraints for the study we did. We wanted to meet the 70% target, and we wanted to meet future energy demands. The government also asked us to come back with recommendations that would not cost anything. We didn't take that request very seriously because, of course, meeting a 70% target comes with a price. And we thought that it was our job in the industry to show also the price tag, and then the political level must decide upon whether or not it's a fair price to pay to meet the 70% target. And why is this study, I think, interesting on a European level? Well, I think it's because we are taking it to the extreme. Denmark will try to achieve a total reduction of emissions, and you can see it on this slide. We are coming from 70 million tons in 1990. Right now we are at 47. The energy sector has dropped its emission by 58%. It's mainly due to, as Niels said, wind, but the huge factor there is biomass instead of coal. And then, of course, energy efficiency, because if energy efficiency hasn't played a role in these 30 years, of course, energy consumption would have been much bigger compared to what it is today. Other sectors outside of energy has almost done nothing. So we are very far ahead in getting close to the 70% already now. So what we did in our study was that we looked into the whole economy. We know that we have to reduce 26 million tons and ending up by 21 million tons in 2030. It roughly means that other sectors has to come down with the use of fossil fuels roughly by 50% in 10 years from now. From our sector, we looked at the whole economy because we had this fundamental idea that our task is to be ready in 10 years from now to support society with green energy that equals the black energy we are taking out of the system. So that was the fundamental way we approached this work. Could I ask for the next slide, please? And what it shows when you look into the energy sector is, I think, pieces in our puzzle that I think goes for whole Europe, but also for the individual nations in Europe. It's the same puzzles we are looking at. Size can vary from countries, but it's the same puzzle. First one, we know that if we are going to meet the Danish 70% target, there cannot be any emissions from the energy sector. If the energy sector emits huge volumes of carbon by 2030, there will be no room in the economy for transportation or the agricultural sector. So we have a huge responsibility. And the responsibility means that by all practical means, we need to be net zero by 2030. And what does that mean in Denmark? Of course, taking coal out. 2 days ago, one of the remaining coal-powered cities, Odense, announced that it will go out of coal a number of years earlier by 2022. Ørsted, the biggest player in the Danish market, has already announced it will be out of coal by 2023. It means that we only have one city left in Denmark where coal plays a role, and they will for sure have closed their coal power plant within 5-7 years from now, meaning Denmark will be totally out of coal. But that's not enough. Natural gas is used for heating. It's used for industry in Denmark. And even though it's called natural gas, it's everything is natural, also gas, but it's a fossil fuels. And what you see when you take it to the extreme with 70%, meaning that we need now a strategy getting rid of natural gas. On a European level, I think that's a very important message, because we need to see European policy planning phase out of natural gas, probably not by 2030, of course, but it has to be phased out before 2050. Maybe not 100%, but volumes has to go down. It's natural gas in district heating system, but it's also natural gas in individual houses. And what is interesting here, when you go into individual houses and also in transportation, consumers has roughly 2 to 3 points from now to 2030 where they do investments that are critical for the climate. It's when they buy a new car, and it's when they decide to shift technology for heating their houses. And they probably buy 2 cars from now until 2030, and they will only once change the way they heat their houses from now to 2030. And if we are going to reach this zero emissions for the energy side, they need to invest right from now on and every day until 2030, which just is another way of saying that we have some urgency here, and we need to have a very clear framework for energy consumers doing investments from now on until 2030, because if they invest wrongly, we will never reach our climate target in a manner that is payable for society. We also, of course, need to take plastic out of waste and not burning it. Burning waste in Denmark is a huge source for CO2 emissions, meaning that district heating cannot be green until we get rid of the fossil part of the waste that we burn. And we don't believe that we can come all the way with taking out plastic. We will still need biomass, and therefore we will also need carbon capture and storage. And Pauline said so in the beginning. I heard that it's part of the Danish strategy now. It's a new thing. And then we need to go offshore, because we still are producing oil and gas in the Danish part of the North Sea, and the production from that also emits emissions, and it also needs to be taken out. We think all this is doable, and the price tag on this is not big compared to other sectors. Transportation is way more difficult than this. So actually, we think it's possible in 10 years from now to have a zero emission energy sector in Denmark. Could I have the next slide, please? And I think other countries need to follow that path. as well. Maybe the time frames for different nations will be different, but everybody needs to follow the same path. Then we look into what does a 70% target actually mean for other sectors. We looked into transportation, industry, building sector. We did not look into the agricultural sectors because we are focusing on energy consumption and not other sort of emissions from the agricultural sector. So we focused on transportation, but that includes the transportation in the agricultural sector. Industry includes the use of natural gas in the food industry and so on. So they are covered in that way. And we built a model to do the study, and the idea of the model was to show the most cost-effective reduction in Denmark. How could we meet the target? And what you see here is that of course that need to happen something big on transportation. Our study showed that we need 1.5 million cars in Denmark by 2030. That equals roughly that every second car on the street should be electrical 10 years from now, every second. Again, if you look at the time frame, I mean, people said to us, "You're crazy, that will not happen." No, I know it's difficult because it means that we need to sell a lot of electric cars this year and the next years to come, because otherwise the amount of fossil fuel-based cars in 2030 will be too big. And I know it's difficult, but then again, you must remember the alternative. If you have a zero emission from the energy side, you cannot reach any further reductions there. So if you will not accept huge changes in the transportation sector, well, there will be no room for the agricultural sector anymore, because under a 70% target, what one sector is not doing, somebody else has to do. We could also see that power-to-X fuels were needed heavily in the transportation sector, and I'm very glad that 2 days ago, a consortium of Maersk, Ørsted, DSV, very huge corporations, together with Copenhagen Airport, announced that they wanted to build probably one of the world's biggest hydrogen refineries based on offshore wind from a wind park that are planned to be built around Bornholm, a wind park that is also planned to be connected hopefully to Poland, so it will integrate with the European market. An extremely interesting project because it involves the consumption side. So it's not the energy sector building something on hydrogen, it's the customers coming to the energy sector and say, we need green fuels for the future, should we start developing these things together? When you looked into industry, there we could see that the heat pumps for low temperature processes were also a cost-effective measure. So all the green, small green things that we made on this chart shows you where electricity plays a role. Because bottom line, when you look into the other sectors, what they probably will demand is more green electricity. So it's not us pushing them to use green electricity, but what they are seeing is that the most cost-effective way of getting rid of fossil fuels is going for electricity. Could I have the next slide, please?
Lars, could you wrap up in 1-2 minutes?
Yes, sure.
Okay, thanks.
Only 2 slides, and I would do that brief. So we looked across at all sectors, and what we saw is that probably power demand will double in Denmark from now until 2030 if we are going to meet the 70% target. That means that we need to speed up building renewables on offshore wind, solar. It means that we need to invest more in the electricity grid because we cannot handle a double use of electricity in the existing grid. And there is one important finding here is that you know the story about the chicken and the egg, who will be first? And here we know who will be first. You need to build infrastructure. You need to decide on building renewables before demand is there. If you get behind the wave, if the energy system cannot handle the increased demand from the customers, customers will go away from you and go into other areas, and that will probably mean staying with fossil fuels. So it tells us something about that we need to be very ambitious, but also that decisions needed to be taken within a very few years from now, 2 or 3 years, and it will be the decisions we make there that will decide whether or not we will meet 2030 with the level of reduction needed. All right, final slide. So just saying that there is 4 important things that we think that we should work on nationally, but also on a European level. We could see that demand side response and smart solutions were very important to keep costs down. So here digitalization and energy sector meets. We must have a very ambitious build out of renewable energy, and we must look at our sea area as industrial zones where we can harvest mainly wind energy, of course, and making that available to energy consumers not only in Denmark but in Europe. We need to strengthen infrastructure, invest more, and then of course we need to develop new carbon-free fuels, power-to-X fuels. And in all these areas we need Europe. We need Europe for market access. We need common European strategies so we can share some of the technology costs developing new solutions. And of course our customers, the energy customers, need Europe to build a level playing field for competition for energy customers as well. So a lot of work to do in Brussels. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Lars. I would hand over quickly now to Christian Ørnbjerg, Head of Global Public Affairs of Vestas, to tell us a little bit more in detail what's going on in the wind sector in Denmark and how you see the perspectives right now. Here you are.
Right. You can see me and hear me all right?
Yes, all good.
Good. Then I will try to share my presentation. Let me know when you can see it.
It's here. It works.
Great.
Yes.
Good. It still works.
It works.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. So I'm Christian Ørnbjerg. I'm heading up what we call Global Public Affairs at Vestas. That means relationships with, of course, governments and public stakeholders. I think I was asked to give a little bit of perspective on how we see the future of renewables in Denmark. And of course, being very self-centered and from a wind turbine company, it's of course going to be mainly about wind. So that's the outline of my presentation. I think to begin with, just so you know who we are, we have 3 main pillars of our business. One is we call power solutions. It's mainly onshore wind turbines. We have an increasing business in service, which is in many markets around the world one of the fastest growing job occupations that there is. And then of course we also have a big stake in the offshore with a company called MHI Vestas. Just want to briefly recap a little bit. The best way to do that is, of course, to look at the cost of what it is that we actually produce, cost of energy. And this is a snapshot of what we use for benchmark, and it's Bloomberg cost of energy ranges. And you can see that what you should notice here is, of course, the dark black triangles here, and that's the average cost of energy. And what we've seen, and I think that's also been mainly partly driven of also coming out of Denmark, technology is able to deliver cost of energy, especially from wind, now onshore and offshore, also solar, that we are now seeing trends that actually outperforms more conventional power sources. So just to set the scene, this is where we are, this is what we have achieved so far. And the main message, of course, is that it opens up a whole new different usage of what it is we produce. This, of course, hasn't come by itself. I think it's been driven large parts by technology development. It's been partly also driven by political will and foresighted politicians. If we can the likes of Mogens Lykketoft and Svend Auken from Denmark, who started up the, let's say, the industrial venture that we now see the results of today. I think a lot can be contributed to policy as well. So that we have to take into account. And the last thing is, of course, scale. And the scale comes, of course, from markets and so forth. What the graph shows here as well, it puts tremendous, let's say, efforts in technology development from in the past when we were an infant industry. We had small wind turbines and a few variants of them. Today we are in more than 12 different variants, and they are growing taller, and the development is going that way, luckily. I think back to Denmark and what Lars Aagaard talked about. I've taken here the picture that comes out of his work and the climate partnership. That's actually the added build out of wind needed to meet what Lars Aagaard talked about. And of course, it gives us a market, which is first and foremost most important. It gives us a line of sight on that there are ambitions in Denmark. It also gives us let's say a lot of, let's say, challenges and not problems. I wouldn't say problems, but it is coming from a country like Denmark, where there is already a lot of wind. It is causing different challenges, of course, to the system. I won't go into the specifics on that, because there were clever people that can talk about that than me. But seen from a wind turbine company's point of view, there are mainly three things that we need to, let's say, get going in order to take it to the next level. First and foremost, permitting. We do see challenges all over Europe. That permitting is growing to be a bigger issue. For example, in Denmark, there is for some reasons I don't know, there's actually a ceiling on onshore wind, and there's also a very complicated complaint system. And for offshore, mainly we're looking at, okay, where can I actually build these large wind farms? So let's say spatial planning, permitting, the nitty-gritty technical stuff. That's where we see some of the biggest challenges of actually delivering these big volumes that we're seeing. I think that can easily be copied to European context. Another thing, of course, is stable market frameworks. We keep saying that, but as Lars said, this is big infrastructure. It takes time to develop the technology. It takes time to build a factory. It takes time to build the projects. So ambitious targets, line of sight on auctions, so a route to market. And then, of course, when you have built all this fantastic wind, how will the system actually cope with it? So how do we increase system flexibility? And how do we make the pie bigger in the society, which is basically electrification, because we need to put the wind somewhere. The bottom line for us, of course, is that the framework for research and development is key. I think that goes for Denmark, but especially also for EU. This is very much also I would say a maintaining of a competitive advantage. So for Denmark, we are saying a lot that, okay, if in order for us to maintain our competitive advantage, to build the new technology, we also need to have a place where we can actually test it. So test sites in Denmark is key, both on and offshore. And then, of course, going into 2030 and 2040 perspectives, test sites for new solutions. How do we incorporate turbines, solar panels, batteries, and so forth? How do we actually get to test that? easily also applicated to EU. It's key for us, for any company that develops a new product, to be able to test it, also for wind. And then large-scale system testing, I think that's where we combine all the production of energy with also the electricity system. And that's, of course, also something that needs to be tested and see how it works. So if that's sort of looking at it from a Danish point of view, if we then take that into a EU context, so what is it that basically EU can do to help? Probably how I would phrase it. Of course, there are tremendous amounts of different things. For us, it sort of boils down to three things. One is a market. We need, as a manufacturer, we need a line of sight in where we can sell our products. If it's not in Europe, then it's going to be in the US or Asia. So for Europe, CO2 reduction targets and renewable energy targets are what defines the market. Hence, of course, we would wish that there would still be a focus on that, and the higher, the more visibility of a market. Then, of course, where do we put all this energy? That's back to the flexibility of the system. Partly not our role, but partly also we can also develop solutions that can bring that. But some of it is also changing the market design. We very hugely complex issue, but basically the system we have today, and I think where Denmark is at the forefront, but the system in Europe was not made for renewables. It was made for conventional power plants, and that needs to be changed. I think we need to consider it a little bit upside down here, and that's not for us. That's basically policymakers who drive that part. Changing market design is probably one of the biggest concerns of ours going forward. Part of that is, of course, that we need to spur electrification of what can be electrified directly, but also what can be indirectly electrified through power to X and so forth. So that's actually ends my presentation, Jan.
Yes.
Hope it was a little bit enlightening.
Definitely, Christian, as always. Good to see you again, by the way.
Likewise.
So I would now like to open the floor a little bit more to all our attendees also. So let me ask two questions. Henrik, are you online with us again after your other conference? So then please make yourself visible so that we can also ask you questions. If not, we will do it later if you're still busy somewhere else. So probably I see a sign from you. If not, I would say that we open now the floor to questions from all the other panelists as well as from the attendees. So that would be both for, yeah, of course, for Kristen and also for Lars and also for the other speakers before. So there's one question. Niels, yeah, go ahead. Niels, make yourself visible if you like. Yeah, go ahead, Niels.
Okay, thank you. Thank you both, Lars and Kristen. So I have two questions. The first is with regards to technology neutrality. It's perhaps mostly for Lars. You mentioned power to X and the need for investments in this technology. Right now, I'm negotiating a report on energy storage in the European Parliament and our opinion on the strategy for energy storage. And we discuss, there are different technologies, power to X, batteries, thermal storage, pumped storage, different technologies. To which extent should we be neutral when it comes to these technologies? Or to which extent should we say, okay, we know that power to X, or we believe that power to X will play a huge role, so this is where we put our money, basically. Because we need to take some decisions, I think, when we look at the Horizon Research Program, for example, or if we look at the infrastructure that we set up, we cannot be, I think we cannot be completely technology neutral, but I would like your take on that. And then for Kristen, the thing you mentioned about one of the challenges, the permits, the complaints, that people don't like a wind turbine right next to their home. How do we deal with that as far as you're concerned? I know that I wrote my master thesis on the Danish wind energy adventure, and there's some research, some people have studied why did we have such a success in Denmark, and they point at one of the things is that we had local ownership, that people themselves in the beginning owned the wind turbines, so they didn't complain about it because it was their own turbines basically, as opposed to Great Britain, where they didn't own the wind turbines. It was a big company that installed the wind turbines, and so people got angry and complained more than they did in Denmark. But it's still a problem in Denmark, of course. So how do you see, how can we solve this? Does the European Union need to do something, or is it mainly the national politicians that needs to do something here? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Niels. I would say before Lars and Kristen, you answer, again, to all the attendees, also those who are listening, you can raise your hand. There's a button on your screen which looks like a hand, actually. And if you push that, I see it. So, and then I would make you heard so that you can raise a question. But now, Lars first, probably to answer to Niels.
Yes, thank you for the question, Niels. I mean, getting where we need to be in 10 years' time is not a research project. It's about building confidence among investors that there will be a market for green solutions, a huge market 10 years from now. Capital is not very expensive in the days we're living in, and the industry has enormous intellectual capabilities. So the most important thing is that we can see a future market for Power-to-X fuels. And how do you create such a market? Either you give a market signal through a very high CO2 price, which probably will not do it for Power-to-X, since these are very early technologies. It has to go down industrial learning curves, so it will probably not be enough. So I think in the area where you're concerned about neutrality, well, you should mainly there think about more mature technologies, and their CO2 market, I think, should be the main driver for that. But you also need, if Power-to-X should be a success, you need to be willing to look into how you regulate the transportation sector. We will probably in the future need to see some sort of demand to aviation, to heavy duty vehicles for using partly PTX fuels. Otherwise, I don't think it will come. So you need to do your part on the regulatory side. And then you asked me, you mentioned a number of technologies, and I didn't hear any of them that I don't think will be needed in the future. So maybe one should also not be that concerned about the neutrality issue when it comes to Horizons program and so on. I think there should be a number of technologies that should be able to get support. And the real battle is probably not choosing among all the green solutions. It's more making sure that whatever fund we have will be used for solving the climate issue. So I hope that gives you and I mean, for us, for when I'm talking with my colleagues in the industry, I mean, this crucial thing now for PTX technology is, of course, can we get the green energy, but will transportation consumers on an industrial scale be there to demand the fuels that we can produce? That's a critical question. So therefore you need to change the framework for the transportation customers. That's the most important thing.
Okay, thanks, Lars. Kristen, over to you.
Yes, thank you. Struggling finding the mute button as always. Okay, so before I maybe jump into the permitting question, let me just also quickly touch upon the question to Lars, because I would echo that. This is not a question of R&D. For us, it's a question of scale. I think the technology is already there. You have the let's say the green electricity that is cost competitive, and the electrolyzer industry is actually something that was invented many years ago. So in order for this to really kick off, I think from a policy point of view, you need to set the amounts of hydrogen in fuel and so forth. That's where you create the market. But on permitting, I think the wins we have gained in terms of cost of energy has been because we are able to install the latest and greatest technology. It is unfortunately just a fact of life that bigger turbines, longer blades, despite that they spin more slowly and despite that they are less noisy, they are getting bigger because that's the technology development we've seen. So the question is, how do we then deal with, let's say, challenges around permitting? On our side, we simply see a need for it to be simplified. That's how I can best put it, and that I think EU has a role to play. If you look at Europe, there's 28, maybe there's 25 different permitting systems, and they all look differently. They all take a different time, and so I think EU could probably play a decent role in streamlining that. I think in the interaction with local communities, it probably gets a little bit more into the national area and national setting. So I don't think we can find the most optimal direct financial participation of citizens and communities. The governance is always complex and not all citizens benefit. For it's different from onshore where you can just buy directly into the turbine next door. Offshore, it's a different game, and so forth. But you mentioned Denmark yourself. I think the emerging Danish model, which we have been testing and trying for now 30 years, and also what they're thinking about in Germany, where local citizens benefit on a per megawatt hour production basis. That might be a better ownership model that some of we've seen. And I think if one recommendation would probably be to look into those. I know Lars also have had a big effort on shaping that one, but that could be something that could look like a recommendation from the EU on how to do that. I don't know if that helped.
Definitely. Okay, thanks, Kristen. We are already quite beyond our schedule, so that's why I would rush into now the next two speeches, and I would like to invite Niels Fuglsang. He's energy advisor at the Danish Energy Agency, about more the heating and cooling sector, about district heating and renewables, how the Danish model works and what challenges you see. Niels, please.
Certainly. Go ahead. And let me start by saying that was a very good attempt at my name. It is very difficult to pronounce even for Danish people. You're free to call me the other Niels, since we already have a more prominent Niels on the speaker list, so please feel free to do that. So as mentioned, I am Niels Fuglsang, and I'm with the Danish Energy Agency, specifically the Global Cooperations Division. I'm here to talk to you about the connection between district heating and renewable energy. So I'll start with the most salient point, which is that clean heating transition in Denmark has accomplished more than we thought it would, and it has come a very long way since the mid-90s. Now, of course, the district heating sector in Denmark has been active since before the 70s even, but this snapshot gives you a pretty good overview of how large the percentage of renewable energy penetration into the district heating system has been. And this is while having 64% of households connected. So as you can see, I won't go too much into the actual percentages here, but you can see that renewable energy includes the renewable parts of waste. Mr. Aagaard already pointed out that there's some plastics in waste that are not considered renewables, so we don't count those. And as you can see, also surplus heat from industries is playing a larger and larger role. So now the main challenge actually is to decarbonize the last holdouts of individual heating solutions while we continue the process on phasing out coal and natural gas, all of which will actually be completed quite soon. So what this is basically, what district heating has allowed Denmark to do is effect a central decarbonization strategy for the whole heating sector, which is fairly unique, even whether in Europe or globally. So just to get a little bit of the terminology settled, in case you're not familiar with the heating sector, which most people are not, individual heating is what most people would have in their homes globally. It is a single boiler, either a boiler or a furnace in your household that provides either the hot tap water or the water for your heating systems and for your cooling systems as well. Now this can be cost efficient in some areas, especially rural areas where there's not enough of a density to make a heat network make sense. But it has some disadvantages, which is mainly that it is very difficult for a government to affect change in these individual systems, since you need to put out some incentives for individual consumers to actually change their ways, which is very cumbersome and tends to cost a significant amount of money, which also of course makes it very difficult to convert fuel away from gas or oil or other fossil fuels. And crucially, to my point here, it doesn't contribute to the rest of the energy system. So if Denmark did not have its district heating system, the evolution that you saw in the first slide of a sharply increasing renewable share would not have been possible. So in contrast, district heating, as you can see symbolized here through a pipe network that connects multiple households. This can be a medium-sized town of a couple thousand people, or a city like Copenhagen or Berlin, all the way up to Beijing, could be connected through one district heating system. And as you can see from the imagery here, the system itself is agnostic when it comes to what kind of heat source is provided. So if you have a surplus of sun, which we do not have in Denmark, but if you have a lot of that, you can rely very heavily on solar heating, or you can use surplus energy from wind turbines to power boilers that can then provide the system with the heating that it needs. So this allows us significant amount of flexibility as well as a high security of supply. And it lets a green transition be effected without interfering with homeowners. Of course, property rights are impossible to get around here in Europe. It's only in China you can get to mess around with those things from a broad sense. And so if you have a single central plant that provides a number of households with their heating, changing from oil to gas or from fossil fuels to non-fossil fuels becomes a much more simple proposition. Definitely not a day-to-day transition, but much more simple than if you have to go and change out 1 million individual households. And as I mentioned very briefly, it adds some flexibility to power generation, which the previous speakers have indicated is necessary because there is a growing share of variable energy resources on the market. And then this is just a sort of a point of how to consider district heating. It is not a sort of a plug and play type of solution. It's not something you can do from one day to the next. So it's best seen through the lens of infrastructure. Now, actually, all of the former speakers have mentioned infrastructure as a key part in this green transition that we are in now, and that we will need to step up on the other side of this crisis. And district heating fits into this narrative quite well. On the short term, installing infrastructure like with roads and bridges is very expensive. It has a considerable investment upfront, but then over time, over longer periods specifically, it pays the investment off. Now, the benefit with a district heating system is that it is also a green infrastructure at the same time. So as mentioned earlier, if you have a society that relies on individual heating, the investment in a district heating system will first of all save you money on the long term, even if you keep it with fossil fuels. It will be more efficient because of the large scale production benefits, but it will also allow you to further down the line to change it over into cleaner or greener fuels. So it has this dual advantage that you don't see very frequently. And of course, as Mr. Ogo mentioned earlier, the current situation is that most countries have very low interest rates, considerable amount of labor that is free, and some issues with pollution in cities. So this could help this type of technology, which district heating represents, has a solution for all those three issues. Now, I've been asked to specifically talk about the Danish district heating model and how we've kind of solved some of the challenges that you see with district heating around the world. And just from the first visual image of the district heating network with many houses connected to one central plant, you can imagine that a natural monopoly will occur. Once pipes have been put down to the ground, this is a considerable investment. So there is a natural monopoly when you build out infrastructure, and this is also the case with district heating. At the same time, consumer protection is extremely important. This is one of the things that individual heating allows you to change from one boiler manufacturer to another relatively easily. Whereas if you have a centralized plant that provides you a service, the consumer would not naturally be very protected unless some measures are taken. And then finally, investor protection. Of course, you'd need to make sure that these kinds of investments are interesting to investors, whether they be public or private. There needs to be guarantees. There needs to be some certainty that they will get their money back. Basically, that it will be a good investment. So the Danish way of solving these issues, very broadly speaking, is the natural monopoly is being solved mainly by consumer ownership. So a very large degree of the district heating systems, I believe it's about 2/3 of the 450 district heating systems in Denmark, are consumer owned. So this means that the power that an outside entity or a private entity might have over a group of consumers is actually put to the advantage of the consumers themselves, where they can lower the prices as far down as they want while still being able to maintain the system. So any incentive to drain profits from the system is taken away, because the people that are paying the prices are also the ones who either directly own or have a large say in the decision making of each district heating network's investments. And then in terms of consumer protection, this also links very much to the consumer ownership structure that we see in Denmark, where we have what's called a true cost regulation, which sets a limit and a guideline for district heating companies that they can only take, or they can only charge the amount that they need to have the necessary costs of a district heating system covered. So very long terminology there, but essentially it means that they are only allowed to charge what it costs to manage the system, provide the service, and reinvest in the system. And this protects consumers naturally, since there is no benefit for the company and actually no ability to gouge prices or to use the natural monopoly to extract profits from the system. And then lastly, the investor protection happens through these decisions being made with very long time frames. Of course, the consumer ownership, where usually the municipalities will have a fair stake in it as well, they are made from the premise that these are very long-term investments. So 20, 30, sometimes up to 30 years of investment planning that's being done, because of course the houses themselves will need heating in a cold country like Denmark for the foreseeable future, at least unless we completely fail our climate change targets. For the foreseeable future, at least 20 to 30 years out, we will still consume heat. So it's a very stable market for the investor once they have that guarantee that it is maintained over the long term. And then
could you wrap up in a minute, please?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Great.
I am about a slide and a half away. So, and then very briefly, what Denmark gains from this district heating approach, you've already seen it, and it's already been mentioned by Anne, so I won't go into our national Danish targets, but we expect 100% of district heating consumption to be renewable by 2030, which is remarkable across the world. And yeah, I could give a whole presentation about that, but you're more than welcome to hit me up for that afterwards. Some very interesting steps have been taken to make that happen, but it's all using existing technologies. So no innovation is needed to hit that 2030 target. These are all plans that are in motion right now to have this effective by 2035. And then again, the focus now is on integrating the power and the heat systems in a better way, so that heat pumps and electrical heaters can take the variable renewable energy resources coming from wind and solar PV to provide the service of heat to the customers. And again, once you have these systems, you can use sources like data centers, which are actually a large burden to some grids, but are an asset to a Danish grid when we can use the surplus heat. And then the final point here is that the gas grid is very important. It's being discussed a lot in many European countries that we work with. But in Denmark, we see gas as simply too valuable to be used for heating. If you have a waste heat resource, you should use that to cover the heating needs instead of gas, which is a relatively expensive product, whether fossil free or whether made through electrolysis or natural gas. And then just the brief considerations I'll leave you guys with when it comes to district heating is that it is a long-term investment. So it needs some solid regulation and planning, just like any other infrastructure. If you're building sewers, you want to get the planning right. Same thing with district heating. And of course, the last point that I've come back to a couple times is that heating accounts for roughly a third of the energy usage in Denmark. So an integrated heating and power system is necessary for sort of the full integration and for really using all of the resources we have on in society, both from renewable resources and from excess heat from industry and other things. And I won't go into what we do at the Danish Energy Agency. This is just a closer slide to let you know that we have partnerships going right now with several of the countries that are represented here today, where we talk about what we've learned in Denmark and try to pull some of that knowledge back home. Since, as been mentioned, Denmark represents such a small amount of CO2 reductions, we are very eager to share our experiences and get feedback on how to take the next step for our global community. That'll be it for me. Thank you all very much.
Okay, excellent, Niels. So straight ahead now for the next speech, I would say, Jakob, are you online? Are you here with us already sharing?
Yes,
Excellent.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Jakob Krog-Skobigard from the Danish Council on Climate Change. So now to you.
Good. So thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this online event. I'm the director of the Secretariat of the Danish Council on Climate Change. And the role of the council is to produce the best possible recommendations to the government. The council must be completely impartial to provide the best possible unbiased service. The council consists of 7 experts from academia, and at the Secretariat we are nearly 20 people working on policy recommendations on climate change. My overall objective today is to explain how we see the way forward to make Denmark become climate neutral in 2050 at the latest, at the lowest possible cost, and to highlight important issues that are relevant to the EU as a whole and to the individual member states, such as Denmark. So let me first tell you a bit about our new Climate Act. It comes here. Yes, the new climate governance setup in Denmark involves 2 different pillars, a domestic pillar at the left side and a global pillar. So if we start with the domestic pillar, basically the domestic pillar of the Act consists of 3 different components, as you see: targets and monitoring and action plans. And Anne said a little bit about this. So the 2030 target and the 2050 target are both binding by law. The Climate Act states that if the government does not provide enough initiatives for the targets to be met, then Parliament can demand to have more initiatives submitted. Therefore, monitoring is very important, and here the Council has a key role in monitoring progress. Finally, the climate action plans aim at making Denmark reach the targets, and therefore these action plans are of course absolutely vital. The government has just presented the first part of their first climate action plan, as Anne told us. However, this is just the beginning, and more initiatives are needed to reach the 2030 target. As regards the global pillar, the Act requires Denmark to reduce emissions globally outside Denmark. And to comply with the Act, the government is required to present a globally focused strategy each year. Measures here include technology development and transfer, increased export of wind energy, or it could be reduced consumption of carbon-intensive goods. Generally speaking, the Act is seen to provide an excellent and transparent framework that paves the way for real results and constructive debate locally and globally. So let's now turn to what Denmark can do to reach the targets at the lowest possible cost. I just got too far, yes. Well, so the green transition should be based on at least 2 key principles, and that is cost effectiveness, as you can see, and compliance with 2050 targets. 2030 holds important goals and targets that must be met. Having said that, we must never lose sight of the 2050 perspectives as we must focus on climate neutral solutions. And only in this way we can avoid high carbon lock-in and expensive stranded assets. The Council has recently published a large report in March called Known Path and New Tracks to 70% Reduction, as you can see. It contains many different recommendations on instruments. And so this is actually also Lars touched upon this with the climate partnerships in Denmark. And we have also looked at that and considered them to be very ambitious, what has come out of the climate partnerships. Some of it boils also down to which instruments to use, for instance, whether to use subsidies or use tax instruments or other instruments. And the Council, we see it as very important to actually use the tax instrument and have a greenhouse gas. So in terms of choosing the right policies, we point to this tax on greenhouse gases because it's a cost-effective instrument and it follows the polluter pays principle, which offers an economic incentive to reduce emissions directly and on market condition. So it's about getting the prices right. And it's actually also about technology neutrality, as we touched upon before. And the tax can also be seen as a way of getting innovation within both the consumption and on the production side. But a tax cannot stand alone. So, and other examples of policies and measures in addition to the tax instrument are tenders for offshore wind, and removal of regulatory barriers to switch from, say, natural gas heating in households to renewable energy like district heating, as the other Niels just told us, or to heat pumps. But we have many recommendations also generating adequate infrastructure for electric cars, for instance, is also very important. It has to be done in addition to a tax rate. So basically choosing the right policy measures implies cost effectiveness and may make Denmark, may make the Danish example a source of inspiration. Now let's turn to what EU can do to enable a cost-effective green transition in member states. It is, as it has already been mentioned, very important that the EU raises the level of ambition of the 2030 climate target. The EU is a large player and can play a key role in putting the pressure on reluctant partners around the globe. But EU policy is also vital for making climate policy easier and cheaper by providing a more level playing field for the member states. For the member states to agree on more ambitious targets in the EU, it is crucial that the impact assessments provide unbiased estimates on social costs of a green transition. However, we have found that much of the data on cost of various renewable energy technologies is not sufficiently updated in line with recent market observations. For instance, on the cost of offshore wind. Also, it's important that the data is transparent, enabling that the public can look into the parameters chosen. Secondly, on prices. Cost effectiveness requires focus on getting the prices right. This means that we need to look at ETS allowance prices and maybe consider a price floor. And what is very important is, of course, the link to the level of ambition, because if we have higher ambition, more ambitious targets, we also would see a higher price on the market. Another option is actually to revise, and I know it's hard, to revise the energy taxation directive to enable higher and more uniform tax rates across countries. Finally, from a financial perspective, the taxonomy of sustainable finance must be designed in a way that directs large amount of money spent on the recovery from the corona crisis towards truly green transition in accordance with the European Green Deal. So let me now round off. So some of my key points here. There is a need for ambitious and credible EU targets. There should be a demand-driven innovation in order to couple the market with green solutions, for example, by getting the prices right. There needs to be a demand. Cost effectiveness is key for persuading others to take action. And the EU must play a credible role for paving the way for global green transition. And please do feel free to consult our website for more details or come back to us at the Climate Council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jakob, for that insight and reminding us about the urgency and, well, the climate emergency that we have on the table. And as we sometimes say here in Brussels, we have now the corona crisis, but the climate emergency did not go on holidays for one day, not even for an hour. It's ongoing out there every day. By the way, Belgium has already water issues right now in May. We have the hottest May ever in history, but recorded history. And so we have a huge problem outside already. So we see that. Since we are now 20 minutes over time already, I would suggest that we make now a very short break of 5 minutes. I have seen Hendrik Dam has just come back. We need a 5-minute break for everyone to go quickly to toilet or have a drink, have a coffee and come back. So I will restart the session at 11:10 sharp. And I'm very happy that Henrik is back, because then we can also ask some questions back to European Commission about the plans that are here in Brussels. So also again, to all the attendees to come on board a little bit. So 5-minute break, 11:10, we will start again. Okay. I would say now we go into the next panel. And this will be more in the format of a discussion. And it's about the shape and funding of the renewable energy transition in Denmark. And actually, Pernille Weiss, member of the European Parliament, unfortunately had to cancel, so she will not be on board. That's why also we gained some time. That's why, Hendrik, it's perfect that you were able to come back now, because then also if the other speakers and also the attendees would like to raise a question now to you, Hendrik, you still have a few minutes to stay on, right? How long do you have time, more or less?
I have like 15 minutes.
Okay, excellent. So if the others don't mind, I would say we start first with a round of questions to European Commission about the Green Deal, the recovery plans, if there are some burning questions which have not been answered yet by you, Henrik. So it's the time now. So up to you. Also, again, the attendees, please push the button, raise hand. If you raise the hand, then I'll bring you up and we can hear your question to Henrik, just in case there's something going on. Yes, Kristen, you have a question.
Yes, exactly. I do actually.
Yes, Kristen, go ahead.
It's for, I think it's probably the European Commission that would be best equipped to answer that one. Maybe some of the Parliament members also can have a way in. I took, of course, a lot of good note on the recovery plan that was announced. We did see in in that one that it should focus on being as green and as digital and as fair as possible, which is encouraging, of course. But my question is basically these green strings that is attached. How will that materialize in as something as tangible and practical for us as a market for renewables in Europe?
Okay, thanks for that question, and it's a quite good one. And first and foremost, well, this is a proposal from the Commission, and so it needs to be running through the adoptions with the with Council and Parliament, and in particular when it comes to the financing and the budgetary impact in the MFF. So the exact modalities of how this will be implemented are still to be defined. So which programs, for instance, would be used to implement this? Will there be a specific program for the fund, or will that also be implemented by some of the by a new program, or by some of the existing ones? That is still the administrative modalities of that are still to be sorted out. So I'm afraid I cannot give you that much more detail.
Someone's on the phone somewhere.
Yeah.
Other questions from the panel or from the attendees? Again, attendees, you have the right to ask a question. Just push the button with the hand and then I'll bring you up. If not, if there's no more questions, then I can even also, oh yeah, Anne, go ahead. Unmute yourself and here we go, we hear you.
Yes, thank you. I would like to ask Henrik if you could tell a little bit more about the work with the sustainable finance taxonomy and what you expect, how you expect that will contribute to driving the green transition in Europe.
That's a quite open question. I must say I'm not really the right one to ask for this, because, well, this is also very much dealt with by my colleagues in DG Budge. So I haven't been into much detail with those. I would prefer, rather than saying something which is not the official line, I would rather wait for that.
Okay, I have a question from the attendees. Great. I will bring now Paul Ries-Arndt up to the floor. So Paul, probably you present who you are, from where you come, and then please a brief, short question. You have to unmute your microphone. Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. We hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, and appreciate all the good things that's happened in this seminar right now. I have a question in regard to that. We have seen that many of the initiatives that have been made for the let's say established energy companies around Europe. Sometimes energy is much more expensive to transport than is to produce locally. Will there be any restrictions or any favorabilities in terms of who's going to get support in the future renewable energy market? Will there be policies to control where the money is going, to which sectors and so on? That's a very interesting question for us. And I'm Paul Ries-Arndt. I'm from a company called Dansolar in Denmark. And we are within renewable energy since 2006. We are a patent holder of different technologies. We sell energy based on renewable energy products and so on. Sorry for not introducing.
No, it's fine. Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Well, should I consider that a question for me?
Yes.
Okay. I think I would have to break this up into two sections on the distributed and smaller resources, because I would say the way they're in the way we are dealing with them, because there's the way where they are deployed, and then the other element is on the support to these resources, because in the way they are dealt with in the deployment and in the administrative permitting, etc. There we have already now in the legislation given with the RED II several rights, for instance, for small scale and for renewables, for instance, through the definition of the RES communities, and also allowing, for instance, that there are easier connection procedures for small scale renewables. So this is very much already now taken into account into the legislation, because we do see that you cannot do a well, you shouldn't build the new energy system the same way as the old one, where you have just a lot of centralized renewables. You would need to decentralize those and to exploit the resources which also exist at local level. This is where the renewables have a fantastic opportunity compared to the traditional sources. On the financing and support side, there also in the legislation we allow for preferential treatment to be given to small-scale renewables, but the exact implementation of this, well, which support to give to which sources and by when, that is something which is up to the member states. So there you will see some differences whether you do that in Denmark or whether you do that in another member state of the European Union.
Paul, a short.
Yes, thank you very much for this explanation. It's just that here in Denmark we have an extremely strong wind turbine industry, and they are playing very well together with the established energy companies. So they want to keep control of the power, and it's not what's good for Denmark. What's good for Denmark is, like you say, decentralized energy consumption where it's being produced, so we do not have to transport it. And also with the, let's say, rollout of electrical vehicles and so on, decentralized production is also very good for the grid. So I hope that Danish politicians will not favorize energy companies or wind industry in this regard. So, but I fear it, but thank you very much for your positive comments.
Okay, thanks. Henrik, do you still want to reply to it?
Well, I think, well, the exact balance on centralized or large scale versus decentralized, this is something where the Commission just provides an open framework, and where we say as well, you shouldn't discriminate, for instance, the small scale renewables, but the exact balance will have to be dealt with by the individual member states.
Okay. Good. Are there some more questions either to Henrik or also to the other Niels and also to Jakob about their presentation about climate and district heating? If not, I would say we open up now also to Anne and to Kristen. I think Lars Aagaard is at the moment not online. So Kristen, if you could come on, Anne is there as well. And I would just like give you straight away the floor, Anne. What do you think? What are the necessary things really to to join and merge this corona crisis, all the damages that we have in society, and the billions of euros that we want to spend, and how to merge that with the energy transition? What's your plan there? What do you think?
Well, it's a very big question, but I think it's very important to say that the corona crisis should not be an excuse not to keep going with the green transition. And that is a discussion that we are having here at home, and of course something that some of us were afraid of if this support to our national 70% target would go away in the face of a crisis. But fortunately, it does not look like that. It looks like the industry is still committed, and the politicians are still committed. So of course we should use this situation that we stand in to make sure that we take the necessary investments that we would need to undertake in any circumstances. And well, I think that that from the Danish perspective, we are moving forward. I presented some of the ideas behind our climate plan, but I think that also one of the important things that has been said today is that we need to create the demand, that we cannot just establish the technologies and so on. What is very important is that we remember the demand side. And I think there has been some good points about, especially with regards to transportation, we need to create the demand for these new green fuels and so on. Also on the finance side of things, I think that sometimes when we discuss green transition, the question that we get as politicians are always, how much must it cost, and what will the price be for the taxpayers, and so on. And it's of course a fair question, but it's very difficult to answer. And I think what's very important is that we acknowledge that the states cannot lift this by themselves. We need the private investors to be a part of this. A great example is the Danish pension funds that came with an announcement last year that they would pour around 50 billion euros into green projects by 2030, in the next 10 years. And these are the kind of commitments that we need to hear. And I think from a political point of view and from a government point of view, of course we have a role to play in providing finance and financing the green transition. But our role is also to engage in partnerships, to really listen to what framework conditions we need to set in order to make it possible for the private sector to make the right investments. So facilitating, creating the right frameworks, partnering up, I think that's the key words for us as policymakers.
Yeah. And probably another question. If on the one hand, we know that the climate crisis gives us basically 10 years of a carbon budget, which is left to spend until we really go beyond the targets that we have, which is the 1.5 degree target. So we have basically 10 years to really be bold, to be ambitious, to deliver the solutions. And if on the other hand, now the corona crisis is the big excuse to lower standards. I mean, you hear the car industry saying, hey, we need to lower the limits for, no, I mean, in the negative way, to lower the targets for car CO2 emissions, for example, or we need to lower the climate ambition because we need to recover the industry now. I mean, we would jump back decades in our development. So is the same debate the case in Denmark, that you have parts of economy and society who say, "Yeah, come on, yeah, you greenish stuff. Let's do that when we have time and money again." Or is that more in other EU countries?
Well, of course, this debate takes place, and of course, it is opportunistic for some people to have this approach to things. I think when we made the Danish Climate Act with the 70% target, when we made that agreement in December last year, I mean, of course, no one could have seen a corona crisis coming. No one could have foreseen that, but we could all see that, of course, there would be, how do you say, the economy would not look as bright always for the next 10 years. There would be ups and downs, there would probably be recessions and so on. So I think that's very important to say that, come on, we already knew when we made these targets that it would not be eternal sunshine in the economy. But of course, it's important to make sure that we're using the right tools, and the Danish government, with the plan that we put forward now, we are focusing more on investment. We are focusing more on subsidies than on hardcore taxes and regulations. So we are using some tools that we consider to be consistent with the corona challenges that the economic effects that we are witnessing, if that makes sense. So of course we're choosing the tools to match the dire economic circumstances that we are in, but we should not limit our ambitions.
Yeah. Probably now to Kristen. How do you see that from the Kristen? You here still? Yes, you're coming back. How do you see that from the wind industry side? How to convince the mainstream of European societies and politicians about the need to go into this new economy, this new market, this new industry? Is there a strategy in Denmark and pan-Europe to merge, by the way? I mean, we heard Paul before, to merge forces with the other renewables parts like the PV sector, bioenergy sectors, to say, come on, we are the new mainstream future of the energy industry, and whatever is in the way we should get rid of in the end. I mean, as we know, as Henrik said, we have a lot of plans to get rid of limitations. But how do you see that from a company view?
I think there's always two sides of.
Kristen, you're kind of stopped now. Your image has frozen. It's only on my side. No, Henrik and Anne is still moving. Henrik, Kristen, you're offline at the moment. So probably if until Kristen comes back, I would say if there are more questions, again, towards Henrik or towards Jakob and Niels, Niels is online as well. Please also among the attendees, raise your hands and we will go into that period, because it's not only about me asking questions, it's also, please also if you have a contribution. Also Niels, if you would like to come in with a question, Jakob, into the debate, this is the place now to do so. I don't know, Niels, you look like having an idea.
Well, sometimes, well, let's see if it's a good one. Yeah, my question is, since we are all well aware of the need for rapid action, how to sort of join that up with the need for longer term planning? I mean, most of the successes we've seen in Denmark have sprung from, as Mr. Lykketoft said earlier, from very broad political compromises. And of course, Brussels being the place of compromises, how can we square that with it being a long process to do these things right, and yet us having some experiences that we can draw on to guide the way? I'm curious how the national politicians see a way to both start doing the right things that we know will take a long time, but also put in the effort on the extra long term to make sure that other European countries have the tools in the forum of the European Union to enact the same change we've seen in Denmark.
Is that a question to Henrik, Niels, or is it, well, how would you say? Yeah.
That's a question to, well, I guess to mainly the Danish politicians, but also to Henrik himself. Like, there is a disconnect between how long these things take to do right, but then also how much we need to do them right now. Are there things that can be done right now to make sure that these long-term processes are handled correctly, that aren't being done now?
Maybe I can go in here, and I think actually, because my presentation started with the clean energy package, and that is actually what is the legislative basis for what we are doing now, and which we are just seeing the start of the implementation. And there seems to be always that it's the new initiative that takes the most attention, while in fact, well, what matters on the ground is what is in legislation, and this takes quite some time to get this done. So, well, I think in terms of the immediate and short-term effects, our main instrument is actually these national and energy climate plans, where the member states commit and where they say, well, this is how much renewables we will do, and this is so we will do with energy efficiency. This is how we will allocate support and financial resources, etc., and provide a framework for industry to act within and to do investments in that framework. And then on top of that, we are sending investor signals for the longer term. First and foremost, for instance, the climate neutrality towards 2050, that, well, this is a very, very strong political will behind this, and that will need to shape any long-term investments that is being done. So I think we are sort of doing things in both ways. We are not ignoring the short term, but well, also if you define short term, I don't think any financial investment decisions will happen tomorrow just because of this. This is something that takes time, but we are aware that with the some of the initiatives that we are launching, for instance, through with the help of EIB and others, we may be able to sort of put some financial investment decisions back on track, which were put a bit more on hold because of the short-term impacts on the energy demand. Because, well, that is something which is already now affecting industries that, well, they are seeing the demand is going down. So, well, how much should we then invest in renewables? But that we are trying to embark with, for instance, with these instruments. So we are doing both, but of course, well, focusing very much on the medium to long term.
Yeah, that was, yeah, thank you. That was a very good answer, because I mean, I do worry that as has been discussed before, that the short-term decisions that are made to get things moving again will end up hamstringing the longer-term goals that we set, because these are, I mean, 30-year investments that are made, right?
Anna, you have a question or a contribution.
Okay, so sorry, Jan, I will have to leave by now. I have another presentation ongoing, but I thank you very much for being able to be here. I think these were good questions, so I'm happy to contribute.
Henrik, thanks a lot. See you soon.
Okay.
Bye. Good luck.
Bye.
Anna.
Yeah, so just to comment on Niels's question, which I think is very good and really highlights some of the big challenges that we are facing when we are conducting these climate plans and so on. Because as I told you, we do have a 2030 target of 70% reduction, but later this year we will also have to make a reduction target for 2025. So how far along the road will we be in 5 years? And that's very difficult, because in one way we want to be ambitious and just get going, and some would say that it is not ambitious enough if we don't do at least half of the reduction by 2025. On the other hand, we do worry about making the wrong investments. I think that, as an example, the stop of using coal in Denmark is a good example. We don't just want to exchange burning coal for burning biomass and have, how do you say, 30-year investments in biomass. So that's a good example of that. And it is also one of the reasons why we are very focused on, as the first thing when we got into government, one of the first things was to increase fundings on research and development in order to make sure that we are taking the right steps in order to develop the solutions we need for the future. But it is difficult, definitely one of the big challenges that we are facing, how to find the right balance between these two important objectives.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Excellent. Kresten, I don't know if you're technically back. I think something's, yeah, Kresten, here you are. I give you the floor.
Sorry, yeah, my internet dropped, but that's what happens. I was about to say, I don't know if you want to hear my answer to the question that you raised.
Yes, please.
Yes. No, I was just saying that I think if I were a policymaker and sitting with this question right now on how to basically spend the money that are so scarce, then on the one hand, there's of course struggling sectors that might need a helping hand, but I think I would also probably, as Anne said, try to make sure that my investment is as foresighted and future-proof as possible. I can only say from my own industry, I mean, there's a lot of studies been made on the job creation of the sector, and renewables as such does create new jobs, and additionally more than what we have seen from conventional energy sources. So it might be fairly obvious that we believe that investments in renewables and green recovery or recovery as such go hand in hand. There's no doubt about that. But I think the facts and the statistics also proves that actually is the wisest decision. So of course, green recovery is what we promote. But to be honest, I mean, if I weren't working for Vestas, I would probably also see the same way. It just makes good sense to use the pause button here to recap and then look at, okay, what is it actually we need to build the next 20 years on? Yeah. If you are spending the amount of money that you're spending, I would think it like that.
Yeah. Probably make the switch to Jakob. Half a year ago, before Corona came into this world, we had the Greta Thunbergs, we had the young people in the streets, we had demonstrations in Brussels, which were incredibly impressive. This left a huge trace on all the institutions, on all politicians. That's why we have a Green Deal, which is much stronger for sure than we ever dreamt before. But now Corona kind of kicked climate off the newsletter, of the news headlines. So what does the international climate community say how to regain that momentum now? That it's a bit lost, I would say, but I think we should, as I said, climate emergency didn't wait one day. Jakob, what do you do? What's your idea?
Well, I think, of course, the climate is still very, it's just as important now as it was before. We have the crisis, the climate crisis, of course. So, and I think in Denmark, we do continue to have a good discussion on this. It's still on the agenda. It's not as high on the agenda as it used to be 6 months ago, as you mentioned, but it's still high on the agenda, I would say. And as Anne mentioned, there are negotiations taking place. There are discussions taking place. From the council, we try to, for instance, take the large report we made in March and make that, put that into the discussion on Corona crisis. What does that actually mean? And if you take the carbon tax, which I mentioned before, and which there is actually a rich discussion going on in Denmark, and also Anne touched upon it. One way to go about it would be to say, well, you could at the one hand announce that there will be a carbon tax further down the road, but in the short term, everyone seems to understand that it's not the right time to to increase the taxes by tomorrow or by next year. But you can prepare for it, and you can announce it so that companies and households, everyone, know there's a business case here. You should actually start investing in the green stuff because it will pay off.
Yeah.
So that's actually a question of timing, I would say. So you can combine subsidies in the short run and taxes in the longer run. Also, as the public finance or the state budget will be scarce at some point, right?
Yeah.
But just to give you a little bit insight on the discussions in Denmark, and of course, it's a very fair argument from industries that if it's only in Denmark we should pay taxes and not in the neighboring countries, then we don't see a level playing field. So what does that mean? And that is a very good question. And this is why that was one of my messages today, the importance of EU stepping up on targets, because that would increase the allowance, ETS allowance prices. That would make everything much easier for a country like Denmark that actually wants to be in the forefront. Because otherwise it comes down to who should pay and how can we then subsidize industries. And that's really a tough bill to pay because it is a huge green transition that we have to prepare for. So from the council's point of view, we have been looking at how to minimize the total cost for Denmark, the social costs. And then there's a political issue, of course, who should pay for that. But actually it's not just an innocent discussion of whether you should use taxes or subsidies. It's not only about who should pay, because if you use taxes, then there is the principle of the polluters pay. So you have a higher price. So you see the stuff that you should try to avoid in your production or consumption. So whereas if you use subsidies, you simply have lower prices and you tend to have a too high activity on those activities that you actually want to switch away from. So that's why it has lower costs to use taxes and the polluters pay principle. But I fully agree. It's a political discussion too, and we have a crisis. And this is why I started out by saying there can be kind of a deal where you prepare for a tax on the longer run, and you accept that you cannot implement it by tomorrow, but you can prepare for it. You can look at how issues like leakages, problems with leakage, how can that be dealt with, etc., etc. So this is a kind of a compromise, trying to minimize the overall costs of reaching targets to 2030, and at the same time be aware of the situation with the crisis.
Yeah. Okay, we already 10 minutes over time. I would say last round of questions. If there are some, raise your hands, either on stage or also the other panelists. I mean, like Helle, Charlotte, Daniel, who are listening constantly. If you have questions, any raised hands? If not, I don't see any coming up. I would say you're free to have a final round of last short comments, what we should do next. The next 5 to 10 years are the crucial ones historically to solve the big issue. So, any contributions still? Niels, you have an idea.
Be happy to make a sort of a broader one, which is that I think it's the time to get a little bolder and think a little bit outside of the box of X amount of money goes into X industry to produce X amount of CO2 reductions. I think that some of the most surprising results we've seen in Denmark have been where we let local communities drive a change. Like we see some of the islands in Denmark being the leaders. We see some community district heating systems being the most CO2 neutral, and we see some of the first projects that were made with wind, exactly as was mentioned earlier, being community owned, and that driving a lot of the acceptance of the technology in the early phases. So, and to my mind, the more we can kick this out to communities and build some trust in these new technologies that are coming by allowing ownership and both actual ownership, but also having just a political say, the more we can do of that, the better.
Krista, do you want to come in? Final word?
No, yeah, maybe coming back to what I just said before. I mean, the money that now are being spent should be spent wisely. I think that's probably my best advice or wish. And then for us as a European wind turbine manufacturer, the more the higher the renewable targets, the more ambition on that. The more wind turbines we can develop, manufacture, and service, the more jobs we're actually able to create. So yeah, it's very simple.
Good, thank you. Jakob, do you still want to add something, or was it your closing words already? I don't know.
Sorry. No, I'm fine. Thanks.
Okay, good. Then Anne, you have the final words of this session.
Oh, thank you. Well, first of all, just thank you so much for a very interesting session. I think to me it's been very interesting to have these discussions and very good inputs. And I think that I agree very much with also what's being said about the need for also higher European standards and targets in order to also help us drive an ambitious green transition in Denmark, because of course it matters a lot also the question about leakage and about if we do something very ambitious here in Denmark, what does that mean? Does that just mean that we have the pollution and the emissions moving to other places in Europe or other places in the world? So I think that's even though we are very focused on our ambitions here in Denmark, we definitely also have the perspective that we need to look at this in a broader European perspective. So thank you very much for this opportunity to have this discussion here today. I think it's been really fruitful.
So thanks again to you, Annie, as well, for helping us to organize this whole thing. I would like to close now the morning session about the renewable sectors and the general ambition for Europe. We will now stop the webinar. I mean, technically we'll be ongoing, but the session is over, and we will restart at 2 o'clock, and then we go into onto the other side of the same coin, the energy efficiency side. And we have excellent input speeches and debates then as well. So thanks again to all the speakers, to all the teams helping us to set this up, and also to all the attendees for listening. And see you all again, latest sharp at 2 o'clock with the next debates. Thanks a lot, everyone. See you later. Bye-bye.
Towards 2030, and then become climate neutral in 2050. Energy efficiency will play a huge role. I can say that from Danish perspective, a lot of the reason, if we are a leader in any way, you could say that we have a lot of renewable energy, but the other part of the story, I think, which is sometimes forgotten or played down, is that we have become quite energy efficient. We started already in the 70s by building these combined heat and power plants. So we use the excess heat when we make power. Back then it was from coal-fired power plants, but then we use the excess heat to warm up water, and that, you know, in all the cities in Copenhagen and other cities, that's where we get our heat from. And that is a quite, so we have district heating, and we use this water from the power that we warm up with excess heat from the power plants. That has become quite energy efficient, and now we of course are moving away from coal, but the system of district heating and combined power plants is still there. I think that we are facing really a challenge and also an opportunity when it comes to energy efficiency in the European Union, and I would like to point at 3 things that I think we should focus on, and also where I think we have some opportunities. So the first thing I would say is that we need to use this Corona crisis to really invest in energy efficiency. We have is it yesterday or 2 days ago? The days go so fast. This period when you just stay at home all the time. But I think 2 days ago you had the European Commission proposing a package for 750 billion euros for how to recover from the corona crisis. And this package will, a great deal of it will, according to the Commission, go into green projects. And we should really insist on that. We should, from the legislators' point of view, make sure that we write in conditions into the where the money should go. And I think that energy efficiency should be one of our main priorities. We know that that we will have, of course, more renewable energy in the energy mix, but that also means that when we have more, we will have more electricity. We will be more reliant on electricity and power from wind turbines and solar panels. But that also means that it will be difficult. It's a challenge to take all this electricity into our system and to build a cable system that can handle this. And so the more energy efficient we are, the easier or the better chance we have of making such a system. So I think we really need to use this opportunity and all these billion euros to become more energy efficient. That's the first point. The second point is that we have some targets for how energy efficient we should be. We have a 2020 target, which says 20% more energy efficient, and I think it's measured, correct me if I'm wrong, compared to 1990. And in 2030, the target is 32.5%. That's not a binding target, and it's not, as far as I remember, it's not country specific either. And I think it needs to be binding and it needs to be country specific, and we need to demand of ourselves that we actually live up to these targets. We have not lived up to the 2020 target. We are far behind, so we didn't live up to our own target. And with the speed that we have now, we will not live up to the 2030 target. But we have a chance of changing all that by, for example, spending Corona rescue package money on really boosting this agenda. So I think we should we should have higher targets. We should have country-specific targets. We should have binding targets. So we need to reopen the energy efficiency directive. And I understood from the representative from the European Commission who was here earlier, Henrik Dam, that that's on the agenda of the Commission for next year, and I think that's very good, and I think we should do it as soon as possible. So that's the second thing. And the third thing I would like to finish with is buildings. We know that we don't renovate enough. We don't renovate buildings fast enough. We have the energy renovation is basically too slow in the European Union. I think that the figure I saw is that we renovate, some studies point at a speed of 1% per year, the building mass, and that's too slow. So so we need to raise the tempo, or we need to have a higher renovation rate. I think we should incorporate into the legislation, and again, if we spend more money, if we really boost this agenda with this Corona rescue package or recovery package, then I think we should be able to demand that from ourselves. We have in Denmark, the Danish government just a week ago, I think, announced that we will spend 30 billion Danish crowns. That's what is it? Is it 5 billion euros, something like that, perhaps, on renovating, energy renovating buildings. That's not the government's money, but that's money that the tenants actually saved. There's a fund that they have that we can use for this. We will do that. I think I'm happy that the government announced this, and I think that we should really boost this agenda. And I think I saw that the Court of Auditors in the European Union came with a report recently saying that we basically, when we renovate buildings, we don't have an overview or an analysis over which kind of renovations that where we get most for our money, which kind of renovations where we can get most energy efficiency per euro that we spend. We don't have that overview according to the Court of Auditors, and I think that would be something that the Commission should prioritize to get that overview. Yes, so basically, just to sum up, I think my 3 points here, I think that we should also work for in the European Parliament, strict requirements for the Corona package, that it should be spent on green goals here under especially energy efficiency and renewable energy. Second, reopen the energy efficiency directive, have higher targets, binding targets, and national specific targets. And thirdly, the Commission has said that it will launch a renovation wave to renovate buildings faster, and I think we should look forward to that and work on that too. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Niels. And I would hand over now to Diana Barglazan from European Commission, your policy officer in the Energy Efficiency Unit. And Diana, good to have you on board and get an insight how you see the perspective from the European Commission, the European level, on how to finance energy efficiency. And probably, I don't know if you also have a few words about what's going on, the recovery plans, and how that affects efficiency. So Diana, please, the floor is yours, and just unmute yourself so that we can hear you.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. It's good to be on board. I was looking forward to this event and to this discussion, and it's very well timed indeed. Just 2 days ago, the Commission presented this recovery package and plan together with an updated proposal for the next multi-annual financial framework. First, I would like to say it seems we are very much aligned in our thinking in the Commission with what was mentioned earlier, in the sense that we also consider that a crisis, of course, is never good to have, but if a crisis is happening, we should take this opportunity to really make very serious changes and take the opportunity to change some things that were not working properly and really go on a new, more sustainable path. So definitely we see this as a challenge, but also a big opportunity. And this is also what the Commission was trying to propose, that this recovery package is used to a very large extent for a green and digital transition. In terms of targets, I think again we are quite aligned, and it's true that we have targets for 2020, we have targets for 2030. For energy efficiency, it's 32.5% energy savings as compared to a business as usual scenario, which is quite ambitious, but this is linked with a target of a reduction of 40% of greenhouse gas emissions. And I think you are aware, or most of you are aware, that the Commission is pushing forward for an increase in these targets for the greenhouse gas emissions, trying to go for 50 or 55%, and then most likely it will be a need for further adjustments. But already now, as the current legislation is, there are possibilities to adjust upwards the targets for renewables and for energy efficiency. And also buildings are definitely a priority, and that is also an area where we are really fully aligned. I have not prepared slides, but for those of you who have followed this morning the session on renewables, my colleague Henrik presented some slides on the Clean Energy for All Europeans package and on the Green Deal. And I also fully agree with what was said, that energy efficiency and renewables are somehow two faces of the same coin. So when we talk about climate action, and in particular climate change mitigation, how we can address it, energy efficiency and renewables are the two main key components that come to mind, and we have to pursue both of them. So to a very large extent, what was presented in the morning is still relevant for energy efficiency as well. I think for energy efficiency, what we see as extremely important is, on one hand, trying to prioritize it. And there again, I fully agree with what was said, that we should give priority to energy efficiency. And the Commission has adopted the energy efficiency first principle already in the Clean Energy for All Europeans package. And this principle is mentioned again in different documents linked to the Green Deal. And the Commission is committed, determined to provide more guidance and look into how this principle could be developed and moved into something really operational and easy to apply across the sectors. The second aspect is that we are confronted with a huge challenge. In order to reach our targets, we need a huge amount of investments. We are talking about something in the area of 260 billion euros per year as investment gap. So a very large part for that is linked to energy efficiency investments, and in particular to energy efficiency in buildings. There was also, I mean, there are documents developed by the Commission, but there was also the report of the high-level expert group on sustainable finance, who basically confirmed that around 74% of the investment gap is linked to energy efficiency in buildings. This is really the size and the importance, and it's one of the reasons why we fully agree that buildings is a very important area. But there are also other aspects, of course. So in order to deal with this investment gap, which is a very huge challenge, we need to find also the right solutions for financing energy efficiency. And this is one aspect where we look a lot into, in particular the team that I'm coordinating. We look into how we can promote good financing mechanisms. So as part of the Clean Energy for All Europeans package, there were 8 legislative initiatives for energy efficiency. We had a revised energy efficiency directive, a revised energy performance of buildings directive, but we also had other type of initiatives like enabling measures. And one of these initiatives is the Smart Finance for Smart Buildings initiative. And there we already try to focus on how to accelerate investments for buildings, for energy efficiency in buildings. But I mean, energy efficiency, and not only, in order to increase the energy performance of a building, for example, on-site renewables also count, and other types of renewables. In the morning, one topic discussed was about district heating, and that could also be based on renewables. But yes, in our work, we focus a lot on energy efficiency, even though we work very closely with colleagues that are working on renewable energy. So the main areas we were looking at for boosting investments in energy efficiency is how to use public funds in a most effective way to trigger the right level of investments, to have more leverage to attract private financing at the necessary scale. Another aspect that is really specific for energy efficiency is that many projects are very small and very diverse. If you consider, for example, building renovation, each building is a bit different. It's difficult to standardize. There are some attempts in this area, but still early stages. And this makes the investments a little bit less attractive for the financial investors and financial institutions. There is a need to aggregate such projects into something that reaches the scale that can trigger much more interest from financial institutions. At the same time, it's not easy to develop a project that would correspond to what financial institutions expect, because quite often project developers are basically focusing on technical aspects, while financial institutions are focusing on financial aspects. So there is a need for project development assistance, and this has been providing for a long time. For example, we have the Elena facility that has been ongoing for more than 10 years with very good results. And finally, another area that we focused on was reducing the perceived risk for energy efficiency investments. Quite often the perceived risk is high, often because there is not sufficient data or track record data. many of the investments done in energy efficiency are not labeled as such. There can be simple consumer loans for building renovation. There can be simple credit lines for companies that are used. The funds are used also for energy efficiency, but they do not appear for financial institutions as energy efficiency investments. So those were areas that that we looked into, and we will continue to develop it. However, now we reach a phase where we will need to scale up a lot what we do. We have a new commission. We have the Green Deal as one of the main priorities, political priorities of this commission. And from our point of view, it's also the most relevant. And there are many initiatives under the Green Deal. You will not find an initiative that is really focused or explicitly mentioning energy efficiency, but for example, the renovation wave, it's one of the key initiatives, and it's definitely looking at how to do an energy renovation to increase the renovation rate, but also to make sure that we increase the energy performance of our buildings, considering that we have a clear objective to decarbonize the whole building stock in Europe by 2050, and the whole economy, by the way. So that's one major initiative. But then there are other initiatives as well. For example, we have already a sustainable finance initiative, a sustainable finance action plan. And as part of the Green Deal, there will be a renewed sustainable finance strategy. And there, energy efficiency is definitely a component. For example, when we discuss taxonomy, how to define what is sustainable investment, environmentally sustainable investment, one of the objectives and the first one that was developed is about climate change mitigation. And there are many criteria linked to energy efficiency for buildings, for manufacturing, but also in other areas like ICT or waste and water waste. Then there is an industrial strategy that also mentions the need to prioritize energy efficiency also in this area. And then coming to the recovery fund and to the proposed adjustments to the multi-annual financial framework, as I said, that it was mentioned also several times before, there is a clear commitment from the Commission to really have these funds used for a green digital transition. There are several indications, references to the fact that member states should really use these funds made available for them to basically invest in the priorities identified by them, for example, in the national energy and climate plans. For building renovation in particular, there is a paragraph specifying that this initiative will be promoted through regulatory to financial support as well. For example, InvestEU received additional funding, in particular for the sustainable infrastructure window, which was doubled in size. And then it's also a reminder from the Commission to the member states that they can use the recovery and resilience facility for this purpose as well. So although there is a very high degree of freedom given to member states, we have seen already discussing with member states that in what they plan to do and in the national recovery plans they have mentioned, buildings renovation appears very highly on the agenda. So there, I think there is no doubt there will be quite substantial funding going this direction. And then we are also looking at how we could improve in other parts the energy efficiency. Maybe to end, I will just like to say a few words about what instruments we have available. So under the current multi-annual financial framework, we have financed energy efficiency through dedicated funds. There are some components under Horizon 2020 program. We had the Elena facility that I have mentioned, but there are huge amounts allocated for energy efficiency projects from structural and investment funds, so from the cohesion funds, And this come for this period from 2014 to 2020 to almost 18 billion euros. There are many projects on energy efficiency financed through the European Fund for Strategic Investments. So under the next MFF, under the next multi-annual financial framework, we will continue to do that, but we will also develop our tools and the support that we are willing to provide for energy efficiency. For the cohesion funds, there is a clear need to mainstream climate action and to provide at least a certain percentage of the funds for green investments, including energy efficiency. The current, well, not current, the previous Juncker plan, the EFSI will change into InvestEU, and there we have a dedicated window for sustainable infrastructure. But also we have the advisory hub, and Elena facility will be integrated there and will be continued and reinforced. And from Horizon 2020, we move to Horizon Europe. We will still have actions there, but a lot of our actions currently financed under Horizon 2020 will move under LIFE, because we felt it fits better there, whatever is policy support, and basically moving from research to really making projects more market ready. And then there are many other components. We have the Sustainable Europe Investment Plan, we have the Just Transition Fund, and now we have these new facilities under the recovery program. So I think we are trying really to take responsibility and to play a role to show that we are not just talking about targets, putting policies in place, but also we try to contribute to this effort required for triggering the investments, to have things happening. And by doing so, we really hope we will convince also member states to step up their efforts, and we'll work with them to find the best ways in which using these public funds available will trigger additional private financing for energy efficiency to really help us reach our targets and help us get where we all want to get, to reach our objectives to have a decarbonized economy and a very sustainable economic growth in Europe. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, excellent. Thanks a lot, Diana, for that comprehensive and great overview on what's going on the Brussels level and what that means as a framework for Denmark. That's exactly what we do. We move now from the Brussels framework to the national level in Denmark to see exactly how, on the policy side, you try to implement energy efficiency, but even more so the good practice example, because you are far beyond the legal paper, let's say, the frameworks. You implement stuff. You have it on the roads. You have it on the bicycles, whatever and wherever in the buildings. So I think it's now the chance to listen and learn a lot from good examples. And I would like to first introduce Daniel Becker, who is one of our leading partners in this Energy Efficiency Watch project. He works for Navigant, and he will introduce now the challenge that we have today, because it's not only about technical solutions that we would like to learn from you, but also about the stories that people buy into, how to understand and sell energy efficiency, how to create good narratives. And I think Denmark is one of the best treasures that we have for this. Daniel, now the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jan, for the kind introduction. And yeah, welcome to you all. It's a pleasure for me to be here. I'm not using slides, but I'll give a bit of oral story about our project approach. So as it says in the program, this session is meant to discuss success stories on implementing energy efficiency policies, particularly in Denmark, but also with the broader picture on the EU and according good practices, especially when they are triggering investments on energy efficiency. And the background is the following of the Energy Efficiency Watch project. So the project exists since 2007 or 6 actually, in various phases. So we are now in Energy Efficiency Watch 4. And when we started, the first round of national energy efficiency action plans just had started. So the question by then was, can on national level policies be developed from, by the time, very theoretical origins, and can they be put successfully into practice? It was often doubted by the time due to the high complexity of energy efficiency. Now, what we can say now is, yes, we can. Yes, there is an impressive toolbox of energy efficiency policy instruments. And actually here, the decentral approach of leaving a high degree of freedom to each member state provides to be a source of great variety. So that is really good. The toolbox even becomes wider and broader, and many of them are actually really good practice. So what we can confirm is, yes, we can. Yes, it is possible to develop successful instruments. However, there is always a grain of salt in this. The weak part is still often the implementation. So why is that? That is now in the focus of the Watch 4, that we say it's no longer the matter, can we develop instruments? Yes, we can. But an instrument is as good as you make it, as you want to make it, actually. So it was just mentioned that we have to convince the member states to step up with their efforts. And that is the core part. So if the political will, for example, is missing, the best instrument will fail. And what we came across in the previous watch is that actually there are countries where, despite the toolbox being developed and outlined in the plans, the political will is not there. And we asked ourselves, what is the condition? How does that occur? And we found a pattern, and Denmark played a key role in that, by the way, that this happens when the policy toolbox is supported by a positive narrative, enforcing and delivering the story. Yes, it is a good thing for our country, for our situation, to have energy efficiency in place, to implement properly what has been outlined and developed, and even go a step further and go for higher ambition. So that was a pattern that we came across. And this is due to the long history and, of course, the pressure under which this occurred in Denmark already in early years, well developed. So meaning that, for example, it was mentioned this morning that the recent energy and climate legislation was approved by 90% of the Danish Parliament, which shows the broad societal consensus that the whole matter has. That is not where we are in all European member states, as we all know, but this is actually, be it 90% or, but it needs to be well above 50, where we need to be. It can't, the matter is too urgent that we can leave it as subject of major political debate and questioning. And for example, the investment climate is strongly affected. That is what business people tell us, who have to work with the regulation, when there's too much stop and go. When, for example, with each change in government, the current instruments stop and something new is elaborated, or it is questioned whether it is a good thing to have. So actually, what we said is we need to work on narratives in addition to the policy instruments and the toolbox, who help reinforce in the respective contexts. And there are, of course, as Europe has a great variety in economic starting points, etc., also climatic conditions, etc., a narrative to reinforce the respective policy instruments and to give an answer in the individual context. Why is energy efficiency something that we actively want and promote, not only something that sort of Brussels tells us to have, and where we then say, okay, we see how strong we prioritize or not. So that's the background, and that is just my input statement for this. There are a lot of important and interesting contributions to that in this session, and in the discussion I would be happy if we could deepen, especially aspect of what are examples that we have for convincing narratives. We're not only looking from the mere energy and climate perspective, but also in adjacent fields like economic development, investment climate, innovation. There are story elements that we can tie together to a broad and convincing narrative leading to a societal consensus way beyond the 50%.
Okay, excellent, Daniel. And especially to do that, we have now 4 input speeches, and I'm very happy now to welcome Katrine Bjerre Eriksen. She's director at Synergy. Katrine, you there? I just put you on spotlight now. And you will speak about the recent and future measures to accelerate the progress on energy efficiency in Denmark. Katrine, the floor is yours, including PowerPoint. It's coming up. It works? Yes, it works.
Okay, good. So you
Great.
actually see my presentation now, I hope.
Yeah, we see it, we hear you.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me for this workshop today. Unfortunately not live. I hope it will be that next time, but good to have it anyway, to still put focus on a very important topic, climate, and what is needed to reach our climate goals. First and foremost, I thought it would be helpful just to take an overall perspective on what is actually, what is it that we look into, what is it that Denmark's obligations are at the moment. Not that I've included everything, but it definitely for those on related to energy efficiency, I thought it would be helpful to you to look at this today. There is, of course, you can say on a very overall level, the Paris Agreement, which a lot of countries have agreed to support and reach. And then we have decided in December last year to reduce our CO2 emissions by 70% in 2030. So of course, energy efficiency is also a very important part of reaching that goal in 10 years' time. Then of course we have obligations on an EU level, the energy efficiency target on 32.5% in 2030. From our side, we hope that the European Parliament will be even more ambitious and lift it up to 40% in 2030, which was also what the European Commission came up with as a socio-economic possible when they made their impact assessment when we had the discussions about the winter package. And then there's the energy savings obligations. We actually need to save 0.8% of our final energy consumption every year, and also need to renovate our public buildings by 3% yearly. So that is, you can say, what we look into and what we have to do at a minimum level. I also want to say that last year, when the European Commission evaluated the draft national energy and climate plans, it was quite obvious that Denmark was behind reaching the EU obligations on energy efficiency. We're actually in the very last part. I think we were like lagging behind with I think it was the last 5th or something on a list of all EU member states in terms of delivering the savings on a yearly basis. So there is definitely a gap that we need to deliver to live up to the EU obligations on energy efficiency. So we hope that that is something the current government will look into and deliver in the years to come. So to reach the Paris Agreement, You can see here the 2 degrees scenario says that obviously energy efficiency and renewables are the 2 big chunks that will be the 2 you can say 2 measures that we should implement to reach the Paris Agreement. That is what is you can say deliver most to reach the agreement. And you asked me to tell a little bit about the recent and future measures in terms of energy efficiency in Denmark, and we actually have a very recent measure, because last week we got a new agreement on the social housing sector, which has a quite special setup here in Denmark. Around 20% of Danes lives in social housing in Denmark, which equals around 600,000 dwellings in Denmark. And the way the setup is that it was structured with a fund back in, I think, in the 50s or in the 60s, where a part of the rent paid by the tenants are paid into this fund to ensure that there is money for energy renovations and new build of social housing dwellings in the future. And every 4th or 5th year, politicians in Denmark, the government together with the majority of the parliament, agree on how much is actually sent out for renovating and build new social housing in Denmark. And this new political agreement last week ensures that around 30 billion DKK will be sent out for energy renovation and new build related to the social housing sector. And actually 18 billion of these 30 billion DKK will be sent out already this year, next year, to also boost job creation and you can say economic growth as a part of the as part of green recovery plan in Denmark. So that's really very, very good. We're very happy about this new political agreement. One thing that was, or 2 other things that was also part of this agreement was a public guarantee. So the state will guarantee for private investors to invest in renovation projects of the social housing sector, which ensures that even more capital will be sent out for renovation in the social housing sector. And another thing is, of course, that also private investors themselves was, as part of the agreement, was ensured to get easier access to renovate the social housing sector. So very, very positive instruments that was agreed last week. So that was a very recent measure to ensure energy renovation in Denmark. To look into what is going to happen in our future measures, I will talk a little bit about the public sector. As part of reaching the 70% reduction target in 2030, the government has now sent out a climate proposal for industry and energy, including buildings, and that also includes, of course, the public sector. And there's a huge renovation need in the public sector in Denmark. The current renovation need is estimated to be 70 billion DKK, and we're talking about public buildings where we send our kids to schools, to daycare, our elderly homes, etc., and hospitals, and also office buildings, of course, for a lot of workers in offices. So, I mean, it's really home to a lot of people every day, and therefore, it's not only about climate, it's also about the health benefits that we will have if we ensure we have a good green and healthy building stock in the public sector. It's also about productivity for our kids in schools, but also at offices. So you can say you can look at this from different angles. There is a lot of benefits in actually renovating the public sector, the buildings in the public sector. So a few of the proposals we have to the public sector is to ensure that we implement the 3% energy renovation rate as the EU expect us to do, not only for state buildings but also for municipalities and the regions. It's where all our welfare is happening. So of course we need to deliver a good and healthy building stock when we talk about the public sector. Another thing is we have a limit in Denmark. I think it's rather rare from an EU perspective to have a limit for how much the municipalities and regions are allowed to use every year for renovation, infrastructure, new builds, etc. But we have that limit in Denmark, and we suggest to remove that limit for all projects related to climate and energy renovation, etc. So that we ensure that these projects are actually happening, and there's no regulatory barriers for doing this. Another thing is that we need to open up the market for private investors. Also, when we talk about the public buildings, because it's obvious to everyone that the current renovation need will not find all that money on the state budget here now, but we actually have a lot of pension funds and other private investors ready to invest in green initiatives, and they are looking for where to invest their money. And the building sector, or the buildings on an overall level, of course, a very good place to start, and also have a positive investment on the long run. So we need to see how we can open up the market for private investors as well. This is just to say, as the last slide I have today, it's important also to look into what is energy efficiency also from a job creation perspective, and it's around 22 million in 2050 we're talking about. Also, of course, because there is the expectation that the Paris Agreement will means that we will invest. There will be investments, very huge investments, both for renewables, of course, but also for energy efficiency, which will have a positive impact on job creation. And that also means that if we look into a recovery plan, it's important. I saw a McKinsey report, I think it was sent out yesterday, that actually from a job creation perspective, investing in renewables and energy efficiency projects are better than investing in fossil fuels initiatives or projects. It will create more jobs actually. So I think from a job creation perspective, also important to remember to or put focus on green initiatives. And then also from an EU perspective, very important that we ensure that the targets we agree upon are binding, to ensure that we have an ambitious implementation in Denmark or in other countries, and not something that they can do if they like. And then just also briefly to mention, we have the renovation wave coming up and the recovery plan that was sent out the other day. We are having huge expectations that these initiatives from EU level will be green and also focus a lot on energy efficiency. So I think that was all from my side, and thank you again for inviting me today.
So thanks a lot, Katrine. We move on now to the next speech, and since I see already some questions coming up among the attendees, I would say we still have another speech with Charlotte Gjerde right now, and then we go to some more questions from the panel. So I would like to invite Charlotte Gjerde now. I think you're here. I put the spotlight on you now. Charlotte, you are Senior Project Manager on Energy and Energy Efficiency in the state of Green. So very happy to hear from you about some concrete best practices on energy efficiency in Denmark and the famous examples that you have to show to us. Floor is yours. PowerPoint works. We hear you.
That's great. Thank you so much, and thank you very much for the invitation, and also kudos to the pronunciation of my last name, Gede, very Danish as well. Yeah, so I'll just give you a short presentation on some of the key arguments, and also to back up this narrative you also talked about, Daniel. So in State of Green, for the ones who doesn't know us, we are a public-private partnership, and we work to promote Danish green solutions within these 4 global challenges that you see on the screen. And energy efficiency is actually a measure that is a tool that you can use within all of these challenges. But just to go into it, yeah, public-private partnership, that's our organization. And we have the Danish government, the 4 ministries that you can see on the screen, representing the public side of our organization. And then we have 4 major business organizations, including Confederation of Danish Industry, Danish Energy, who was also presented earlier. They are the ones who constitute the things that we do in State of Green, which is to brand the solutions, and we are not a political organizations as the others who are joining. Then there are some Danish companies, and as you can see, and we also have Vestas joining, I know, with the presentation afterwards. But enough about that. What we in State of Green has called the work is what we call this policy to action. So we actually have a white paper where we focus on the implementation of the European Energy Union. So it is a little bit outdated already because things are moving fast. But here we have gathered some very concrete examples and cases from Denmark on how we work with renewables and energy efficiency, and most importantly, how we integrate that in our transport sector and our heating sector. And I just took a quote from our white paper here, because you already said this, but when we talk about the future energy systems, of course, we need to implement renewables, but if we want a system that's solidly dependent on renewable energy sources, we really also need to focus on the energy that we consume and energy efficiency measures. So that's kind of the argument that we have in Denmark when we look at both RE and EE, that it's I guess that Katrina would also support this, but it's like a synergy between those 2 elements when we talk about the system. So you already heard this goal quite a few times, but here on the right, if you can see it, we have a goal in Denmark in 2030 to reduce our CO2 consumption by 70% compared to a 1990 benchmark. And if you look here at the graph, we have done quite a lot already in the last approximately 30 years by reducing our CO2 consumption, but we need to do a lot within the next 10 years and also within the next 30 years towards 2050, where we actually want to be 100% CO2 neutral, a carbon neutral society. But as you can see, towards 2030 compared to 2018, we need to reduce our CO2 by 38%. So very ambitious goals if you look at the development, and I think that's also kind of the point of it. But it also just needs that we really need to focus on energy efficiency and also develop new technologies as well. Yes. So you've probably seen this quote a lot of times. Everybody who's been working with the European Union knows this energy efficiency quote of the greenest, cheapest and more reliable energy is the energy you do not use. And I think that also supports the way of thinking in the Danish regulations since the 70s and since the oil crisis, that the energy efficiency has been a really key part of the way that we've designed our regulation. And I know the Energy Agency is also gonna talk more about that. But what you can see on this graph is, I think, the key part of an argument as well, a narrative, is that we in Denmark and also in other countries have been able to decouple growth from energy consumption. And that's kind of the key point, is that you can have growth and implement green solutions at the same time. So you can see our GDP has grown while our energy consumption has stayed more or less the same. And our CO2 emissions and water consumption has decreased by approximately 40%. And what is characterizing all of these developments is energy efficiency. So it's a vital point both in our industries, in our buildings, our heating sector, as Niels also said, but also in our water management system, where energy efficiency is very vital as well. Yes, so today we are one of the most energy intensive countries, looking and comparing to the IEA. And that basically means that we are good at using the energy that we produce, that we use it in a very efficient way. I just took some cases. I don't think we have time to go through all of them, but just some concrete cases of what energy efficiency can actually mean for companies and organizations working with it. So I just very randomly took a case from Danfoss, and they of course both provide energy efficiency measures and products, but they also look at their own product line and value chain. And they've implemented heat pumps, and they implemented solutions to use the surplus heat in their production line. And it has not only made sure that they reduced gas consumption and they reduced the CO2 emissions, but they has, as you can see in the bottom, actually had annual savings of approximately 500,000 euros. And I think that's also very important when you look at why the business and why the private sector goes into energy efficiency measures, is that it can actually make very good economic sense to do so. So you can reduce your marginal cost and also increase your competitiveness. Yeah. One of the last cases we have here is, you probably also heard about this term, industrial symbiosis. And we also have a good case here from Kalundborg in Denmark, where companies and private sector are co-located, and they use each other's waste as a new resource in their own product lines and their new value chains. So I think this is a really interesting example. I know that we don't have that many cases of this large-scale industrial symbiosis, but it is definitely something that's also in development in Denmark, and also an efficient way of uses resources. Yeah. So buildings, as has also been mentioned a few times, they represent approximately 40% of all energy consumed. It's also more or less the case in Denmark. And why is it important to focus on buildings? Well, it's important because we actually have a lot of the solutions at hand right now. So in Denmark, when looking at the new buildings being built, they are very energy efficient. I'm so lucky to live in a very new building in Ørestad in Copenhagen. And that's, we have basically done what we can in the new buildings, and been very focused on high standards. But there's a huge potential in the existing building block. And as you can see here, there's been an analysis. The Danish Energy Agency to that we can save energy in the existing buildings stock to around 70 to 75%. So I think it's interesting that we can, if we implement solutions that we do already have now, we can already save a lot of energy and reduce our CO2. Yes, so this has been mentioned quite a few times, so I'll not go that much into it, but it's just what's happening right now in the last few weeks, that the Danish government and the Parliament has also focused on how we can use renovation as a way to boost the economy in Denmark. It reduces energy, it of course boosts the economy, but it creates jobs. So those three elements I think is interesting also to look at what we have done in Denmark. So that was more or less it from my side, and I think I'll stop sharing. Yes.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Charlotte. I would say we can have a short question and answer part now. So the raised hand among the attendees has disappeared, so I don't know if you still have a question here. So again, for all attendees, you have a button where you can push, it shows a hand. Push that button, and then I see that, and I can bring you onto stage with the ears at least. Or all the other panelists, feel free to ask questions now to Katrine and Charlotte. If not, oh yeah, there's one. There's Paul Ries Arndt. So Paul, I give you the floor again, so we can hear you if you unmute your microphone. There you go, Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me or?
Yes, yeah, we hear
Okay, excellent. I'm Paul Rysand. I'm from a new kind of energy company making disruption in the market, because we actually is producing the energy at the location of our clients with great benefits for our clients. And we also use what you were describing, these energy savings collaboration models, ESCO models. And we have a very big portfolio of housing associations, social housing associations under the Landsbyggefonden, as you mentioned before, Charlotte. So what is very important for us is that we encounter a lot of resilience, a lot of anti-disruption in the market from the energy companies. They will do anything they can to break the law and hinder us from providing these new services to housing associations. My question is there any way that we can collaborate in enforcing the energy companies to abide by the law and give us access to our clients to make this green transition?
Or is this directed to Katrine or Charlotte or both?
Yeah, I don't know which one would like to answer, but we would like to collaborate with any organization which can support us in getting the green transition in the housing sector implemented in a very efficient way, supporting the local grid and transition into electric transportation and so on and so on.
Katrine, Charlotte, the floor is yours. Katrine?
Yeah, well, I can say so much. We've heard about the problem also. We have a member in Synergy Sustain Solutions, which is also active in the social housing sector, doing energy renovation projects have a fund, pension fund that supports them in doing these investments. And they are also doing solar panels, and I've heard the same problem. To be honest, I don't know exactly what the instruments are here. That's beyond what we work for. But just to say that I acknowledge what you say. I've heard about the issue. Yeah.
Charlotte, you have something to add?
No, not really. As said before, we are not a political organization, so I'll not dare to go into to push the energy companies to do anything by the law. But I would say that what we've seen, at least in our network, and I think it's the same that they're trying to do in Synergy as well, is getting the renewable energy companies to work together with the energy efficiency companies, that it's that they need to fight this fight together instead of against each other, and that's what we especially seen at the last COP, at COP25, where we had Danfoss and Vestas and Ørsted sitting in a panel together and being like, okay, yeah, we should talk much more together because we actually have to push this agenda together. So hopefully there will be more of those kind of partnerships in the future as well.
Absolutely, I can confirm that from the Brussels level. I've been working for 15 years now, and I've seen the two communities going both different directions, and only smartly, slowly they join forces and understand, again, as I always say, that they are the same two sides of the same coin. And also, by the way, what EUFORES stands for, our members of European Parliament, they are always the same ones, be it creating the Renewables Directive or the Efficiency Directive or EPBD or whatever. So you see, for us, that's a logic thing to create synergies between the two sides. But of course, they're also very different business sectors. But I think if they would develop a little bit more the joint interest, that would be making the whole energy transition also more powerful, actually. So I think there's room for improvement. Katrine, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'm just want to support what you both just said and say that if we should reach our goals, we also need to do both things, because we won't reach the goals unless we actually do both. We reduce our energy consumption, but also invest in the green transition from renewable perspective. So it's both perspectives are needed to reach the goal.
Okay, some more questions. It's the time now. If not, we move on to the next speeches. I don't see any further raised hands. Okay, now we go to Helle Agardal Olsen. She's head of a division on energy efficiency of the Danish Energy Agency. And Helle, here you are. I give you the spotlight, and you will be speaking also about energy efficiency in Denmark and present the energy efficiency obligations scheme. So that's a very concrete tool also, and some new schemes on energy efficiency and how they work concretely. So it's also very good now from the abstract level more to how an instrument can really work. It's yours now, Helle.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm very sad that we cannot meet in person. I hope this will be an opportunity to do so. As you all know, we are working from home in the public sector, so that accounts for me as well. So thank you for the introduction, Jan. I will take my 10 minutes to present the current scheme on the energy obligation, and also the new schemes for energy efficiencies that has been agreed upon with the Danish Energy Agreement of 2018. This will be a bit more of a technical run through compared to what we've heard so far. And I look forward to giving you a short overview of what has been the Danish policy on this area within this scheme. I hope you see my presentation. I have only a few slides. Let's see if I can, not able to move on. Sorry, doesn't really seem to allow me. There it was. Thank you very much. First of all, the Danish Energy Efficiency Scheme is actually a scheme that has been in place for quite a number of years. The first version of it was introduced back in 2005, 2006, and was even then put in place before we saw the first Energy Efficiency Directive. And it's a scheme based on a voluntary agreement between the government with the Ministry for Climate, Energy and Utility, and the four sectors represented by the cooperation organization. You saw Mr. Ågaard earlier today. Danish Energy is one of these companies. They represent the obligated companies within the oil, the gas, electricity and district heating sectors in Denmark. And these companies have obligated targets to reach annually energy efficiency savings. The scheme has been evaluated every 3 to 4 years since it was put in place. It started with a very short and relatively 12-page agreement, and the agreement that we now have is actually more than 100 pages long, so it has actually developed quite a lot throughout the period. But what we have to say, it's been quite effective. We've had more than 100 petajoules of energy savings, which is quite a lot. It equals to around 15-16% of Denmark's energy consumption in 2018. So what are the main principles? Well, as I said, all companies in utility sectors, they have an individual target that they have to meet every year. The companies can underperform 1 year, but then they have to reach and overperform other years. These annual savings are reported to us in the Danish Energy Agency. The documentation for the actual projects are stored by the companies. And the companies must also have like system procedures for how they realize these or how they actually implement these energy saving projects. So there are quite strict requirements for quality assurance, for quality control. And then we, from the Danish Energy Agency, we perform control of the projects, and we do that along with the Danish utility regulator. So what we can see and what we learned from this is that on the positive side of this scheme, all sectors have fulfilled their targets by the end of every year. And a lot of third parties or market actors have actually been quite active in the market to help realize these energy projects. On the more negative side, and what has also been very heavily discussed politically in Denmark, is that there's been a quite difficult or challenging way of controlling the energy obligation scheme, and it has also been questioned if this is the most cost-effective way of doing this. So it was agreed political with the energy agreement of 2018 that this year, 2020, is the last year for the energy efficiency scheme in Denmark. And I'll just like to move on to say what has then been agreed politically, and what are we currently working on in the Danish Energy Agency to develop and set in place instead of the energy obligation scheme. So the energy agreement of 2018, which was actually, again, as you said, the narrative agreed by the support of all the Danish Parliament, the Danish parties in the Danish Parliament back in 2018, was to replace the energy obligation scheme by new schemes. And 3 of those we are currently working on to put in place by early 2021. There are one scheme aimed at the business sector, and one scheme aimed at the buildings or renovations in households, and a third scheme aimed at replacing oil boilers with heat pumps. And what we're currently working on and has recently passed a law in the Danish Parliament on is how these 3 schemes will be designed. So just to give you a quick overview of the thoughts that we are working on. Starting with the subsidy scheme related to private enterprises, approximately 40 million euros are allocated each year in the period of 21 to 24, aimed at achieving energy savings in business. It will be a scheme planned to be based on a competitive bidding procedure. This means that the subsidy will be granted based on the ratio of subsidy per saved energy unit for the individual project. So subsidies are granted to the projects with the lowest cost per saved energy, and then the next one with the second lowest cost, etc. It will include various sectors: industry, manufacturing, agriculture, fishery, forestry and horticulture, construction and manufacturing, and energy and private services and retail. Then moving on to the second subsidy scheme is a scheme of approximately 27 million euros, also in the same period of 21 to 24, aimed at achieving energy savings in households. This scheme is also planned to be implemented as a competitive-based subsidy scheme. The financial aid will be given to the owners of the buildings who have renovated their buildings in accordance with a specific list of energy savings. And in order to achieve as much savings as possible per spent subsidy, the projects will compete in relation to the amount of energy saved per square meter. And we will also use the energy label for building as a database or as a point of a start to have this for documentation purposes. And finally, the third scheme is a subsidy scheme to replace oil boilers with heat pumps in buildings outside the district heating and gas grids. The amount is quite small. It's not that big as the others. It's 20 million Danish kroner, also in the same period. And we're working on developing this scheme so that we have a scheme to support the replacement of oil boilers in buildings located in our areas without access to district heating or the gas grid. So these were some of the main principles of what is currently in place and what has been decided with the energy agreement and the schemes that we are working to develop now. I will not go into it. I had actually prepared a small slide on what has recently been presented by the government and the political deal on a political agreement on public sector, because that's quite interesting to follow these days. And just to say that that the Danish government has recently proposed actually to be a bit more ambitious in terms of resources spent on also these new schemes that have presented. So it's quite interesting days in Denmark, and we look forward to see what the political negotiations will lead to. I think that was all for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, so I'll start again. Thanks a lot, Helle, for your input. It was super interesting. And now we move to the more business perspective from the industry. I'm very, very happy to say hello to a very good old friend. And we worked a lot in our Brussels times when you were still in Brussels.
Yes.
Until you moved to Denmark, and you work for Danfoss now for quite a while. So Lukas, I'm very happy. Lukas Lausen, you are the Public Affairs Manager at Danfoss. Danfoss has been mentioned several times already today. To hear from you about the industry perspective on sustainable development and efficiency, and what the key drivers are, and what are the barriers for a real mainstream breakthrough to even go further. So Lukas, very happy to hear you.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Jan. I hope everybody can hear me fine.
Yes.
Perfect. Good. Yes. Well, this is a fun format to be in, or weird format to be in. Last time I think we did something like this, at least where I was part of it. We were nerding energy efficiency somewhere in Europe. This is slightly different, but well, we all adjust to new ways of working. Let me begin by thanking Charlotte for the nice shout out in her presentation for Danfoss. I think the takeaway that we often hear from others when they look at our work is basically how fast the return on investment on energy efficiency investments is. That's the case for buildings, but especially in the industry as well. That is very much the case. Business leaders, be it Danfoss itself or companies that we work with, don't invest in something that they don't see the value in. And for many cases, that means they need to see that value quite quickly. And we know that the return on investment on many of our products and many other energy efficiency measures is extremely quick compared to some other investments they could make. And the climate effect, the emissions effect, is quite immediate as well, and therefore, well, for us, that's of course a win-win. We know that investments in energy efficiency in basically all countries are the most cost-effective driver for a transition towards a low-carbon society and a sustainable future. We have we've seen a recent study in Denmark that was actually commissioned by us in Danfoss, but made by EA Energy Analyses, that came out with saying that the extra bill that this new ambitious 70% target that the Danish government said, that can almost be halved, the extra bill by investing in energy efficiency measures, of course, alongside investments in renewables. That goes to show that if we want to take along the socioeconomic aspect of a green transition as well, then the two go hand in hand, and not putting enough emphasis on energy efficiency can end up costing societies way more than is good and necessary, and that just seems stupid, to be frank, in a society where we actually stand right now, where we need investments for a whole lot of other issues as well. Then what drives energy efficiency today is, I mean, I now work in a company made up of nerds, of engineers that come up with new solutions every day. And with us in Danfoss, that's focused around efficiency, energy efficiency. And a lot of the stuff that we come up with is because of intellectual curiosity that then ends up saving a whole lot of energy somewhere in the system. And We have, just to mention that briefly, we have around 250,000 different devices that we sell, different applications that we sell. And all of them kind of bring that together, that they save energy in one way, shape or form, in everything from buildings to tractors. And this is kind of what's driving energy efficiency. It's this, that goes for all of the other engineering companies as well. It's this constant strive to make something smarter, make something use less, make something go longer with less. A really cool technology that we didn't develop ourselves, but that we acquired a couple of years ago, is something that's called lean heat, which basically uses artificial intelligence and IoT, along with a whole lot of sensors in buildings, that make sure that multifamily buildings use way less energy in a district heating system because they heat up the building smarter. Not everybody at the same time. They shave a lot of peak load of that of the energy needed to heat up a building. That's something that can easily be implemented across the board, and it's very cheap to implement because you don't need to fiddle a lot around with the building itself. You need some sensors, you need the technology, yeah, that's quite smart, quite a driver of energy efficiency. Then we know that we've now talked a lot about buildings, and so have I, but energy efficiency is not at all just about buildings for us. It's also about the industry, and we've seen how much demand for industry for manufacturing products, industrial goods have grown over the last years, decades, basically. According to the IPCC, manufacturing industry worldwide is responsible for roughly 21% of the global emissions, which is huge. And therefore, there's a lot of potential in of course, bringing that down. And now that we're in a post-COVID situation where over the last couple of months, we've seen emissions decrease heavily across the globe, well, it's nice to see emissions decrease, but if that leads to the kind of economic recession that we've been seeing, that's not sustainable either. So in order for us to kind of boost our economies again, while not having the same level of emissions from industry, that must in some way guide our policies. In Denmark, we've seen proposals for going forward with that. Of course, as an industry company, we don't find that ambitious enough. We want more. In the EU, the same thing with the presentation of the recovery package and the MFF on Wednesday. We hope to see higher ambitions because we know that the technology is there. I mean, we make the technology. We can put it out there along with a whole lot of other companies. But we can go beyond what we have right now if we have the right political tools for that. A concrete example is that with all electric motors that are running globally, we know that if we impose strict efficiency measures on those, for example, by installing drives on them, we can save 8% of the global electricity consumption. That's huge. I mean, it's unrealistic that these investments will be made, but the potential is there. The potential just to go somewhere is absolutely there with the technologies that we have today. Another big thing that we want to push and that Denmark is slowly getting behind is water. So we have the technologies in Denmark, and Danfoss and Grundfos have just committed a couple of days ago to come together to prove that point even more. But we have the technologies today to in Denmark, for example, to make the world's first carbon positive or carbon negative, however you want to spin that, the good one, wastewater treatment, where we can actually save energy, overall energy on wastewater treatment, because of all the heat that is generated in a process like that can be fed back into in a district heating system and actually end up creating more heat for buildings, businesses, multifamily houses, single family houses, than the energy that goes into actually cleaning the water. That's huge, and that's practically possible. We just need the investments, we need the political stimulus to kick that off. One of the big barriers, we have a lot of barriers, but one of the big barriers that we've been fighting here in Denmark is taxation of excess heat. As we see, that's just, or some people call it waste heat, whatever. It's heat that is produced in industrial processes, in when you cool something in supermarkets or in big data centers. There's a lot of heat generated here. When you put that back into the district heating system, you have to pay an extra tax on that in Denmark. To us, that doesn't make any sense. There's so much energy here that goes to waste, because for businesses, there's no business case in reusing that heat. Again, that's unintelligent. That's not a smart way to do it. We want to see that go. It looks like, you know, the political push is now there to see that implemented globally, or let's start with Europe. Would be amazing. Would be a really good way to go. Other barriers are the big backlog of investments into housing renovation. Katrina has talked about that. Big thing. There's so much need for the investments. Even in Denmark, we have the money. It's just, it wasn't until recently just given free to actually invest that. There's so much renovation need that isn't covered, and that is ending up costing us money, because the longer you go, the more expensive it gets. That's a big thing. And then there's one of the other barriers is that we feel that there's a sense of that policymakers often want to protect business and industry in a way, and that ends up giving them less ambitious targets for renovating their processes and making their processes more efficient, which in the end isn't always required by industry itself. So there's kind of this false dichotomy that could also be abolished. And then there's one thing that we also talk a lot about, which is we want to see more sectors politically integrated. There's been a lot of talk on sector coupling, which in our opinion is a little bit too narrow. We think about sector integration much more, and that should happen on a political sphere as well, realizing that taxation policy has a huge climate impact, for example. Needs to happen on a governmental administrative level more than it has been. There's a lot of silo administration that we think that could be gone with a more integrated approach.
Could you wrap up in a minute?
I'll stop here.
Okay, excellent, perfect. That's just on time. I would suggest now, because we're a little bit over time, and because our members of parliament are joining, we had foreseen a short coffee break, that we do it even a little bit shorter, that we go now into a short refreshment and pick up some new coffee, and that we start as we planned on at 35 exactly. So about in 5 minutes, we'll be online again, and then we go into the panel debate, because I think now we come into the hottest discussion, and Daniel is already looking forward to that. So please feel free, 5 minutes to get refreshed and some coffee, and I see you in 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, it's now 15:35. We're back on time. I hope everybody has coffee now. And I would like to open now the final session of today, and that's now about the real key core content. And now I will not talk anymore. I will just straight away hand over to Daniel Becker, who will moderate this discussion. And Daniel, now the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jan, and welcome to everybody joining. And yeah, as said many times before, we would have preferred to have it live, but we are glad that we can make it that way. And it's very interesting to see everybody being in a car, being somewhere, etc. So it's amazing that we can really realize it that way. Before we start the discussion, I would like to briefly frame what the key questions should be, or without being prescriptive, what would be great if we could circle around. Senior has also asked for a brief introductory statement, and I would like to give the opportunity to Carsten as well. I think before that, I will briefly frame a bit what the discussion should be around. As I said before, Energy Efficiency Watch aims for combining policy instruments with convincing narratives. As we have seen that policy implementation depends a lot in daily practice, whether politicians who have to implement all across Europe believe in the case, have a narrative, are backed by societal consensus, combining classic energy and climate argumentation with neighboring areas or completely different areas. I mean, obvious is economic arguments. Important is not to limit that too much only to the case of so and so much you save, and therefore it will be your economic benefit, but more take an integral perspective. Jobs have been mentioned, etc. And so therefore, what would be great if we could hear that in the discussion are examples, what each and everyone has come across in terms of convincing narratives, especially when it comes to convincing those not believing per se in the good case of energy efficiency. So how do you win over the skeptics? And we are doing this exercise all across Europe. So just yesterday, we had in the same way organized a business stakeholder workshop with representatives from Slovenia. And it is really rewarding to hear all those contributions and see how people in different contexts and different starting positions, which aspects they bring in, what is considered a convincing argument against a certain background, what may be less, and compare that. And it was said many times today, also in the morning presentations, that we are all dependent on each other, that for making the case for strengthening energy efficiency on the European floor, we need each other. And so it is important to share the good practice examples and tell good stories and let the others participate and encourage a process of mutual learning, which line of argumentation has worked in a certain context and what is interesting for the others to know. That not only from a straightforward argumentation against the respective country background, but also in terms of how to transfer the argument to other contexts, we can make the case stronger. That is my brief introduction into the discussion. And I would at first give the floor briefly to Sinje for her introduction, and then maybe if you want to Carsten as well. So Sinje, welcome.
Så vidt jeg kan se, har du fået ordet, Signe.
Yes, I just needed to press the right button. So, but now the audio is working too. Yeah. Okay, my name is Signe Munk, and I'm the spokesperson on the climate, energy, and utilities for the Green Left Party in the Danish Parliament. And for SF, the question on energy savings and energy efficiency have been one of the important pillars in our energy politic, but also in our view on how to make a both cost-effective but also green transformation of the Danish energy system, but also the use of energy. I will just say a few points which is important for us at the moment in Denmark to enforce our working with the green energy, but also energy savings. First of all, of course, it is important to state for everybody that that the energy needs to come from renewable sources, and therefore we need to build both windmills onshore and also offshore, and increase our production of green energy. But at the same time, we need to save on the energy. And in Denmark, there have been made some studies on what will the cost be for us in this green transition if we need to meet our Paris targets and the reduction targets that we have nationally. And studies show that we can save billions of kroners in this transition if we work hard on saving energy as well as producing green energy. And what we need to do is to make sure that every building owned by the public institutions here in Denmark have a high renovation rate, so that every year there will be invested public money in our building to ensure that we have a effective use of energy in the public buildings. Also, we need to help the Danes in their homes to ensure that they save on energy. The way that we will make or give a helping hand to ensure that is by giving subsidies, but also creating energy saving funds with stated guaranteed loans, so that they can get a cheap loan when they invest in energy efficiency technology, but also then when they do something that crowd out the use of fossil fuels and instead use green energy and save at the same time. Yeah, so just wrap it up. This statement from here is that the energy efficiency is an important part of the green transition in Denmark, and at the moment we are not doing enough, so we have to increase that to meet our reduction targets, but also to make a cost-effective transformation here in Denmark.
Yeah, thank you very much for that introductory statement, Signe. And the second panelist who has joined is Carsten Kiesmeyer, member of the Folketing for the Liberal Party. So maybe you want also to
yes,
have
you.
such an introductory statement briefly?
Yes, thank you. In Denmark, the Liberal Party is also committed to the reduction goals. But our view is that we have got to do it in a way when we save, that we are sure that the jobs aren't going long, we are losing jobs, but also that we do it in a way where the efficiency, both in production of food, textiles, other production facilities, and in private homes and public homes, and we work with that. But in a way, we could say that our view is that it's important for us to make the change so that we meet the customers. They are changing their approach right now. We are seeing that people who are buying, for instance, meat, we are producing quite a great deal of meat in Denmark. They are looking at how are the situation for the animals, but they're also looking at how is it produced, how is the environmental impact of the production. So we see it as also as a way of making our products nice, and so that people want to buy them also abroad. When we look at how we're doing things, we are, for instance, looking at industries who are using quite a great deal of energy. They are having waste energy that they put up through the chimney. We want to use this energy in our district heating systems, and securing that we are using the energy efficient. So when we are looking at the situation right now, we have been working quite well in Denmark in insulation of homes, of energy efficiency in companies and in businesses. But we are also looking into a situation where we have got to change our use of oil and gas into sustainable systems, and the production of electricity is where we have got quite a great deal of production right now by wind turbines. We are also using solar panels, and in the district heating systems, we have changed quite a great deal of coal into biomass, so for instance, wood from forests and so on. And the situation right now is that we have still some of the electricity produced in Denmark, also some of the heating produced in Denmark. We have 2 or 3 facilities that are still using coal. We want to change that into sustainable use, for instance, wood, biomass production. That is quite important. And we have still quite a great deal of homes who are heated with gas and oil. We want to change them into heating pumps, electrical heating pumps, or district heating. So our view is keep the jobs, make the things efficient, and makes our production attractive for customers also abroad. And we think that the climate discussion has reached the customers. So we think we are in a situation where we can combine both being a competitive society and still being very, very efficient in our production of, for instance, agricultural things. I think that would be my introduction.
Very good, thank you. A lot has been in those statements already. That is very good. And as I said, the Danish case often serves as a reference for many things, which is very good, especially good because of the large share of conviction across society, that this is really beneficial, because we see all across Europe a number of reasons why governments, parts of populations, etc., are skeptic whether they will be on the winner side of the upcoming challenge, let's say, the energy transition that we have in front of us. So I would like actually to start the discussion coming from here with the question to all of you, like, what would you like to share with neighboring EU countries, thinking of the skepticism that is still around? Why it is worthwhile taking the effort of the transition, not delaying it as is postulated those days due to the corona crisis, but even more, take the effort. That is maybe, as an intro from myself, a question to trigger the discussion. I saw Carsten raising his hand, but probably we just make the round. And yeah, looking forward to that. So Carsten, floor is yours first.
One of the things we have been meeting in Denmark is that if you, for instance, are putting wind turbines onshore, that has a situation where people are saying, I don't want to be living close to the wind turbine. I don't want to see the wind turbine. I want the renewable energy, but I do not want to be near it. You could say it is a discussion of not in my backyard. And that's a discussion we have here in Denmark. That is also when you are looking at biogas production. We had some facilities 15 years ago, 20 years ago, that was not smelling too good. And people got worried when a group of farmers want to make a biogas installation because they are afraid what will the impact on the village or the people who are living close by, what will that be? And that is, I think, one of the very big issues in Denmark anyway, that how do we install the technology that will make it possible for us to make this change and substituting gas and oil with renewable energy. And that's one of the main questions that I have been meeting. I have been a mayor in a municipality for 16 years. I stopped 2.5 years ago, and we are having a very big production facilities for wind turbines. That is Siemens, who have a big company here. And although we have this very big company, we have also had discussions with people when we are wanted to rise wind turbines and also nature gas facilities or biogas facilities, sorry.
Thank you. So further statements.
So my
Yes,
main statement was
Sine?
not in
Yeah.
my backyard.
Yes, sure. Sine, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, of course, Carsten has a point on the issue of not in my backyard. That is a challenge that we are facing in Denmark. We are hoping that a new legislation that we just have passed, which will give the neighbors close to the windmills a bigger part of the money that is owned on the energy, will make this issue a bit easier, but we will see if it will work. But I also heard that you want to hear something on the positive side, Daniel, because I think that the very important statement in these days, facing a economic recession all over Europe, is that in Denmark we have managed to create new jobs, both on an academic level, but also in the phase of the production. In our companies, we have big famous companies. I can see one of them is represented here as well by Lucas. Danfoss is a great example. So the positive story is that the Green Deal, which the Commission is working on and all over Europe should be working on, kind of we have managed to do that in Denmark, because I respect that a lot of people who have a job, for example, in the oil industry or working with fossil gas, fear for losing their job or work in the coal industry in, for example, Poland. But the important message is that we will create new jobs in creating windmills or solar panels, or the technical part, and also in the production phase, so that we can show, not in a theory, but in practice, that we are creating jobs for regular people at the same time that we are saving the planet. If yeah, so I think that is the positive side of the Danish transition, and also what we are, the path that we are trying to follow at the moment, because we need to make greater reduction on our climate, yeah, what is it called? Our pollution from our climate pollution.
Yeah, very good. So yes, actually, the job argument is something that is very common. Same as the NIMBY phenomenon. I mean, not only in Denmark, people say, well, it's good, but not here. So that is commonly known. We can collect a bit more. We can open a bit. So the colleague from Dan Sola has raised his hand. So I don't see that right now, but that is the message I have. So
Paul
you can...
Ries Arndt, are you ready to come on stage? Paul?
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, okay,
I
perfect.
think.
Good.
We hear you.
No, I thank you for the many interesting speakers coming in. What I experience, not from only dealing in Europe and Africa and especially Denmark, is that it's always the government incentives or the government taxes, which is the problem in actually rolling out renewable energy in a large scale. So I would like to hear the politicians arguing, or are they aware of that if we make a green transition, we are going to lose a lot of money on the taxes, and that's also will be the case in, let's say, Germany and many other European countries. So how is Denmark going to encounter the loss of taxes due to the fact that we get more and more renewable energy? Let me also please inform you that solar is not being mentioned by the politicians, which is actually cheaper to produce, taking the transport cost into consideration than wind turbines. We don't want to mention that in Denmark, but it is a fact. So please make green transition, but not technical specific transition. It's just an out. Just wanted to state that. So, but due to the thing with the taxes, it's very important, I think.
Okay. Carsten would like to reply. Sina, I guess.
We are actually right now discussing what do we call it when we are making an appointment with companies who are betting on getting a certain production of electricity. That is, it can be on solar, it can be in wind turbines, it can also be wave technology in the sea. So we are aware of the possibility of using also solar panels for producing electricity, and also solar panels used for producing hot water. That's also commonly used in Denmark. The question about taxes, that's right. In Denmark, we get taxes around 50 billion Danish kroner in taxes every year on petrol, different kinds of fuel, electricity, and so on. And that is a discussion. Quite a great deal of people are saying that in a way we could say that the next 10 years we could make another tax system where carbon dioxide is taxed, but we do not have the system right now that we think will work. But in the Liberal Party, we are willing to change and make differences, a new system of taxes on energy, but we don't want to rise the amount of taxes. And we are aware of the situation where we, to get renewable energy, we have to slow down or have no taxes on that kind of energy. And that is a challenge for the budget, for the government making a sustainable budget.
Mm-hmm. Sina, you had raised your hand as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but actually, I quite agree with Carsten on most of what he said. First of all, we will need to make a green tax reform here in Denmark. For example, lowering the tax on using electricity for heating and raising the tax on carbon dioxide instead, and also make it in a way that it will both be green, but also for my party, which is important, be social sustainable as well, socially sustainable as well. And yes, I think that we are also focusing on solar panels, both Carsten and I, and all the people in the working on energy politics in the parliament. So yeah, that is a part of what we are working on when we talk about renewable energy sources as well as wind turbines.
Yeah, I have now on the speakers list Katrine first, and then Niels has raised hand, and then I see Carsten again. So Katrine first.
I actually think it was Niels's. He raised his hand before me, but I'm happy to contribute. But maybe Niels should go ahead.
That's fine, Katrine. Just you go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to support what you said, Sina, about being a front-runner nation. It's actually quite important to have Denmark leading the way when we talk about climate change, because we have a lot of companies in Denmark who are dependent on having Denmark as being the good example out in the world, to also be able to sell products, climate-friendly products to the rest of the world. Not least in Europe, which is a home market for most of the big green countries and companies in Denmark. Fine, I'm just saying that we are a small nation, also dependent on export, and we are quite good in innovation, and we have a highly educated workforce. And that also means that, and we have the technology here when we talk about green solutions, etc. So from all those reasons, it's good to be a front-running nation. And with the Paris Agreement, we expect the investments in energy efficiency solutions to increase with 500%, which is quite a lot. So of course, Denmark should take that part of a part of that investments, and that will also have a positive impact on job creation and export. But also a few other things I wanted to mention, the health benefits. Having good, green, healthy buildings also have a great impact on health. We know that especially when it comes to asthma and allergy, but also you can say on mental health, depression, etc., is also related to buildings, as we are approximately inside buildings, especially here in Denmark, 90% of our time, as it's most of the time it's cold and dark outside. Productivity is another thing. When we have good, healthy indoor climate, we have a higher productivity. And that it's quite a thing for companies, and also of course the public sector as employer, because the cost we have for employees are the biggest cost at an overall level. So increasing the productivity of our workers is quite important, and that also it goes of course for kids in schools, and then you can increase their productivity. Also from a house owner perspective or tenant's perspective, if you look into energy renovation, you can decrease the amount of money used on energy related costs, and that also goes for companies. Especially we have quite a big potential among small and middle, we call it SMEs, of course, companies in Denmark. There's a lot of energy efficiency potential here, but they don't have the financing, or you can say the capital for doing these investments. So, but there's definitely, it's a good idea to do it, because they will use less money on energy related costs, and be more optimized, competing on a global market. So from that perspective also, it's a good idea to optimize their production. I think I'll stop here and then I can come back later on.
That was a broad set of arguments. Thank you. So Niels is next.
Thank you. So just a comment on the idea of a CO2 tax that Carsten touched upon. I think that it's true that there are some problems with, or challenges with, having such a CO2 tax. tariff in Denmark. But I just wanted to throw in now, I'm elected in the European Parliament, and so I think it's important that we have some common, you could call it tax system. We have this emission trading scheme that we have CO2 allowances for heavy industry and utility companies. And so I think that we basically need to increase this effort by removing some of these allowances to make them more expensive. That's a way to push energy efficiency, because industry will have an incentive to actually reduce emissions. It's also a way to increase renewable energy. And I think, contrary to if Denmark had such a tax or tariff alone, it's on a European-wide scale, so it's more fair for our industry if all of Europe does this at the same time. This system works better than it used to, but I think we still need to make sure that these allowances, that the price goes up, and so we give some incentives. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Maybe you can comment on that. Thanks.
Thank you. I saw Carsten raising his hand on the screen, right? We cannot hear you, unfortunately. I guess you're not unmuted so far.
So now I think I'm on.
That works.
I'll just say that if I take the last point first, we are also discussing the quotation system for carbon dioxide. And we also think that it's a possibility because in Denmark, if we make taxes that are only Danish, our competition situation will be bad. So it's important that we run this system all around. And I would like also to say that in Denmark, we are discussing quite a great deal about waste burning right now. And just a minute. I just got a question. The question about waste burning is also a question about how do we handle waste. And it has also got quite a great deal to do with how do we reduce the carbon dioxide emission. And that's an issue that we are discussing quite a great deal right now here in Denmark. What we also discuss is power to X and making electricity to fuel. And if I understand it right, the system works like that: 100% electricity is 15% fuel of some kind you can use in an airplane. But in the production process, you are making quite a great deal of heat. And if these facilities are placed where you have district heating, there are possibilities in that too. So making the whole system work, I think that is important, that we make things match together so that we get a system that is working full scale together. We also have some industries that need very high temperatures. That is not, heating pumps is not a solution for this kind. So we are discussing in the Liberal Party that we will subsidize producing biogas for these high temperatures needed facilities, even though biogas right now is not competitive to electricity in normal combinations, but it is necessary if you need these high temperatures for some processes.
Thank you, Carsten. Yeah, that is a good way of guiding over to the industry's perspective. So I would like to take in Lucas's view from an industry perspective. Also on the initial question, you mentioned in your previous presentation a lot of technological solution in combination actually with argumentation that can be used. So maybe to combine it with the political perspective, how can the combination, sort of the reinforcement between technical solutions and political instruments be turned into narrative elements?
Well, that's a really good question. I think that, and I think the United Nations calls this an ambition loop between industry and the political arena, where ambitious companies and industries kind of lead the way when it comes to the solutions out there that are being developed, and then ambitious governments, political parties, politicians, and international bodies as well support that with the right regulatory framework. I think that's the only way that we can achieve that, because as I was mentioning earlier, a lot of the headway that is made in investments in or in developments in energy efficiency, but also in renewables, is coming from the industry itself, and then we are basically asking politicians to give us that right framework. And I think what could be something that is always debated and often is disregarded, but higher targets for renewables overall, higher targets for energy efficiency overall, often has the great benefit that then the solutions come out of the creativity of the industry and the consumers within the given markets. And therefore the discussions around setting higher targets in general are absolutely crucial for us to be able to deliver those solutions. But then we also have the issue that we have a lot of the technologies out there, and we have customers that want that technology, but for them it's not financially viable to invest in those. And that might be because of capital requirements. Then maybe you should look into loosening those from a political perspective, loosening up those requirements. Or when it comes to taxation, Signe was mentioning the taxes on electricity used for heating, for example, which is based on a very old understanding on what kind of electric heat would go into a building, which was absolutely wasteful, but which is very different from how it looks today. Or the taxation, as I was mentioning earlier, on surplus heat, waste heat, which is based on a very old thinking of excess and waste heat. So there's a lot of potential there, that if you look at the broader scheme of society, or at the broader society, and regard energy and climate policy as something that goes into everything, then we have much more potential of achieving these energy consumption reductions than if you just look at the energy producing sector, for example, or the industry or the building sector. You need to look at this much broader.
This is a very interesting point you're making here, and I just want to sort of combine it with some evidence we got from other workshops across the EU. So in the Italian workshop with business stakeholders, same as in the one with participants from Ireland, it was very interesting to hear in a pointed way that the business stakeholders all said the perception what is energy and what is the energy sector in relation to production has got to change, and it is about to change. So we tend to often imagine energy as an old school supply case. Probably there are some countries like Denmark much more advanced in that and have more experienced how this complex landscape of permanent interaction between suppliers and consumers, same as on international level, etc. works. But often the picture in people's minds is still very much based on old-fashioned imagination, like there is energy produced somewhere and then going through a line to the consumer, full stop. And what people there said, what their case would be, and actually their postulate, or actually also their narrative, was, let's work on that picture. Let's break it up. Let's through policy instruments and according narratives, promote that more and explain we are beyond that phase where it is just also when you produce something, one more or less fixed ingredient in your production process, but actually the production itself can benefit if you're looking into energy efficiency. I just wanted to throw that in at this point of the discussion because you made that point, and it is important, I think, to connect here. I saw Carsten wanted to respond on that.
What I wanted to respond on was that if you take the taxation system in Denmark on energy supply, it has not had a green taxation. It's not at all green. It's a fiscal taxation system we have in Denmark, and we have been looking at taxation on energy as the possibility of getting money into the government's possibilities making fiscal policy. And we have to make a transition where we make it a green taxation, and that's not easy because the fiscal element is very heavy, and in Denmark it's quite a great deal of money in our budget that comes from energy taxes. But I do agree that it's necessary that we find a new way that makes initiatives for using waste heat and so on.
Daniel, you are muted. We cannot hear you.
Sorry. Further comments from the audience? I don't see any raised hands at the moment, but please dare to give your views on what you heard.
I would like to say a few things, if that would be okay. Okay, it was just to reply on what Niels said, because the thing is that it would be great for Denmark if the ETS system was also included, for example, the transportation sector and other sectors, and also if there would be fewer allowances, which would make the CO2 price go up. And we are hoping that it will be a part of the Green Deal, and I also hope that the coming up reforms of the ETS, just as it is. But I also need to say that at the moment we have a national emission target that we have to meet in 10 years, and we can see that we need to put a higher price on CO2 in Denmark to make sure that investments are going into renewables, but also into energy efficiency, because the cost of using fossil fuels and also using a lot of energy will be high in 10 years. So I see the Danish work on a green tax reform and putting up the price on CO2 also for sectors not a part of the ETS is a tool that we will need to use to meet our national emission targets. And I think it will correspond great with the work that all the good green guys are doing in the European Parliament, but also the thoughts in the Green Deal. And I also want to support what both Katrine and Lucas said on national energy efficiency targets, because as we see it, that will also help us to meet our emission targets, because the two targets will be interconnected. And I think that the challenge at the moment in Denmark is that we move the money that we spend on energy that we use, move those money into investment in energy efficiency technology, because at the moment there is not the amount of investment in energy savings that we need to have to meet our reduction targets. So I just wanted to support their points on that part.
Thank you. Maybe on that, Anne Paulin, I think, is still online. Maybe you would also like to comment here. Don't know whether you can hear us. Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Now it's working. Thank you very much, Daniel, and thank you for this debate also. I think there's been made some excellent points. And I think from my perspective, what's important to add is that even though that Denmark is very far ahead when it comes to renewable energy sources, and I earlier today I talked a lot about offshore wind power and our big ambitions on that. I think it's important to stress that we should not only focus on the production of the green energy, but of course also on how we are using it. And we should also stress that even though that more and more of our energy will be green, that does not mean that it comes without costs when we produce it, and that there are not big, efficiencies for the society if we manage to pull ahead with energy efficiency. So I think what we are, the challenge that we are facing right now is to use energy efficiency to crop out some of the use of fossil fuels that we still have, especially in heating and so on, and in industrial processes. And that is something that is being addressed in the government's climate proposal for a climate plan. And of course, even when we are finished with using the fossil fuels for electricity and heat, we should still think about energy efficiency, because we are going to have to use all this green energy for so many other purposes, for electrofuels and so on. So we should be very we should manage those resources carefully. And also we know that when we talk about not in my backyard, another big issue is of course also grid expansion and the challenges that we face, because people are also concerned about grid expansions in their backyards. So we should be resourceful with the electricity that we have. So I think that's probably the main point that I have to contribute.
Thank you, Anne. I saw Carsten raise his hand. Yes, thank you.
Oh, something. I'm on, I think. But one of the very big issues is that we have got to get grid systems to connect Europe, because in Denmark we sometimes have quite a great deal of wind, and we produce electricity more than we can use, but it's hard to export it to the rest of Europe. So getting the grid system upgraded, I think that's an issue that is very, very important. And as far as I understand, we have a discussion right now where German wind turbines are turning, and they are paying Danish wind turbines not to turn or produce electricity when there are too much electricity. So we need to make the system connected, and we have to make intelligence, artificial intelligence, work in our electrical facilities, also in homes, but also in companies, so that we can use the electricity and the grid capacity as efficient as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, that is a good hint, and I mean that is pointing to the issue that we need a new view on how to regard energy, how to understand our energy system, not as an isolated supply case per country, but actually as a European question. Maybe with that, I would like Diana from the European Commission the opportunity to briefly comment on that from a European perspective. Are you still on? Can you hear us? Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Great.
yes, still on. Sorry, I had just to change a bit to recharge. Yes, I'm still on, but to be completely honest, I must confess I lost a little bit exactly the point on which.
Okay, no worries. It's just that we had the point that there is the stress on making energy and energy grid reinforcement really a European case, that it is clear if we want to push for the new world of energy, it is vital, like you said in your presentation this morning, that we put a lot of stress on that. And basically you mentioned effects, but maybe it's good to reinforce that here, which role it will play and how it can support the case.
Yes, indeed.
We can leave it with that. That is fine.
And there are several points. I think the grid is very important, and it's important in particular to accommodate renewables. And there were several speakers who mentioned today that if we move towards a much greener energy system, on one hand, we need to diminish the energy consumption. That is for sure an increased energy efficiency. And on the other hand, we need to rely a lot more on renewables. And then we need to see a little bit. There are quite a few recommendations, and we received a lot of input also on the energy infrastructure and on the grid, and how to really consider it as sort of sustainable infrastructure at EU level. We do have the project of common interest, of course, but I think there are two aspects to that. We really need to take into account the future investments and the developments for renewables. We need to make sure that our grids and our energy infrastructure is able to deal with an increased amount and share of renewables. And at the same time, from our point of view, it's important to also apply the energy efficiency first principle, meaning we should not look into investments into the grid based on just what we think the energy generation might need to be to correspond to the actual energy consumption, but we really should look into alternatives. If there are alternatives that could reduce the energy consumption, that makes sense, and they are more cost effective than investing in additional generation and reinforced grid and energy infrastructure, then those alternatives should really be considered and be prioritized.
Thank you very much. Yes, that is, it's really a European case. We can clearly see that. I have two raised hands from Katrine and from Karsten. As we are heading towards the end of our session, would be great if you could be brief. Ladies first, Katrine, go ahead.
Thank you, Daniel. I just had a very brief point on energy security, because that's also a point when we talk about energy efficiency in the impact assessment by the European Commission that was made during the winter package. It was also investigated whether, or the conclusion you can say was that if we reduce our energy consumption by 40%, we can actually stop the Nord Stream 2 and also not be dependent on gas from Russia. So it's also, from a security point of view, it's also quite important to have the energy efficiency perspective.
Yes, important point. We've heard that also in other country contexts. Carsten.
I do agree on the last, what was told here last, but I would say that in Denmark we have a discussion where we say that we are going to substitute gas and oil with electricity. And if we shall substitute that, even though we reduce the amount of energy use, it will be necessary to make the grid more efficient and to make the capacity bigger. And I think it's very important that we have a grid, electricity grid, that is connected through the whole of Europe, because that will give a system that will secure deliveries at all times.
Yeah, very good. Thank you very much. So to very briefly wrap up from my side, I think this was a very interesting and vivid discussion touching upon many, many points. So it is an impressive range of in favoring aspects for the case of energy efficiency. And especially, again, it shows that Denmark is really a front runner here. And what I took also in terms of narrative building is that Denmark not only is a front runner, but also that the narrative, or the core of the Danish narrative, consists of the conscience. It is a good role for us to have, to be a front runner. So that is maybe something that can be shared as one core part of the Danish driver, both regarding technology/economic arguments and the according political setup. However, it was also clearly stated and elaborated on in many forms and on many aspects that we have here a clear European case, so that one country alone cannot do it, but actually it is vital and much more than in the past. And also that connects to the old versus the new view of what is energy and an energy system, and what needs to be our understanding that this is a European case. So from that end, it was great to combine here the national and the European view in the statements. So many thanks for that. I think there are promising sides where we say we have a lot of opportunities. That was stated throughout the day by many speakers and many statements made. I think what that is from the perspective of the Energy Efficiency Watch and the cross-country experience is that, of course, it is crucial for really getting this European case to get everybody on board. So to be convincing, so that is to encourage all of you, and at the same time, thank you for your statements made in the discussion, to win over those European partners who are still a bit more on the skeptic side, and let them learn from the Danish example and share the according narratives and good practice. With that, as said, thank you very much to all your participation, of course to the panelists, but also to the audience and the participants from there. And I pass back to Jan for his final words. Thanks.
So thanks, Daniel. Thanks a lot for those incredible discussions. We learned a lot, I would say. So we're happy to report that back to Brussels, both on renewables and the efficiency sessions. And I would also like to thank again Anne Paulin, who made this happen, and also to Carsten and Signe as members of Parliament to attend such a session. And of course, to all other panelists and attendees on a late Friday afternoon. I think we all deserve now to go out into the sunshine a little bit to refreshen our bodies now. So thanks to Anne and her team, amazing work. I would also like to thank Niels and his team in Brussels to help us preparing this. And I would also like to bring up my colleagues, Rachel Hazar and Rilona Stiefny, and especially Rilona, who prepared the whole event basically almost alone. So it was not me, I'm just playing the monkey here. It was basically Rilona's work to prepare everything. So I'm super happy about the work of my colleagues. And I would like to, as a next step, bring everybody back again with video, if you like, because we would like to do kind of a first online group photo, which we never did before. But Rachel and Rilona had the idea to kind of do a joint smile effort because I have two ideas. The smile might kill corona virus in the first place. The second thing, a smile is the best motivation energy for our joint future. So I don't know, are we ready, Rachel and Rilona, to take pictures of everyone? So Daniel, please give a smile, and everyone, Diana is on stage as well. So thanks a lot for everything. Thanks for being with us. We have recorded this whole day. We will edit it and put it online, and of course spread it beyond the parliamentary boundaries, of course. And I really hope that next time we can go for a beer afterwards in person again, like we have the tradition to do so in Copenhagen with all of you. So thanks a lot.
Okay, so everyone just smile and don't move, and let's take this picture. 1, 2. I just wait for everyone to be on. Okay, let's go. 1, 2. That's funny. Let's see if it's worked. Yes, it's good.
Excellent, fantastic.
Fine.
So, dear friends, now have a funny and sunshine weekend, and see you very soon again. And keep up the good work. It's our joint mission. Thanks a lot. See you soon. Bye.
Good weekend. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye bye.